system. Managing and protecting biodiversity is more important, in particular for all of us, but more importantly for rural areas and communities, because of the deep connection they have with the environment, plants, and animals. Through biodiversity, rural areas and communities benefit from economic opportunities created by ecotourism. Communities also get a chance to showcase their culture, their food, and their way of living. How to build and promote a sustainable biodiversity economy, it must be underpinned by the active participation of local communities. This means understanding the needs of the communities, their rights, as well as the protection of their indigenous knowledge, particularly in appreciating their culture and the use of this biodiversity for health purposes, but also for general livelihood. This is important in order to circumvent a perception that the value of nature or animals is seen to be elevated above that of human beings. Minister, I'm very happy that you have convened this meeting, because indeed, as the two departments, we have, I can say, been trailblazers in ensuring that we can find benefit in utilizing biodiversity, particularly on the area of conservation economy. If one looks at the work that we've been doing, particularly on restitution cases where these are in protected areas, we've been able to find a balance of returning the rights to land of those communities, while that land can actually be used for ecotourism and ensure that we continue to build on the existing enterprises. Yes, there might be more that we need to do, as the Peoples and Parks communities have actually enlightened us over the years how best we can derive value, better value for communities, and how such initiatives can actually be more inclusive and transformational. It is important, as we strive to balancing community developmental needs and the biodiversity economy, that you have enabled us to think further. How can we actually expand from the work that we have already been doing? I must just say, Minister, that in respect of other areas of prospecting biodiversity, you'll see it particularly on areas in the Western Cape, in the flora and fauna, particularly the flowers that we all love, the proteas. Actually, we don't plant the proteas. Nature plants it for us. And then we prospect and utilize it for the development of the local economies. But lately we've realized that if we only remain in that space where nature provides, we can actually reach extinction. That's why some of the farmers already in the Western Cape have actually started to plant the proteas, and also in some parts of the Eastern Cape, so that we can retain the value of such flora and fauna for our communities. If you look at the Northern Cape, where we have got honeybush tea, as well as the rooibos, parts of the Western Cape and Northern Cape, we've not only ensured that these actually become economically viable, but we've also provided research in order to ensure that we can continue to lift these communities further. So this workshop, or rather Indaba, is challenging us to think, how do we maximize the value, but at the same time ensuring that there is sustainability and that communities can benefit. Program Director, permit me to highlight some of the areas that I think require our attention to unlock the potential of the biodiversity economy in our country, particularly in rural areas. Firstly is to manage the competition for land and land use changes. Enhancing a land administration system that protects nature and equally promotes sustainable development for urbanization and industrialization is important. In most rural areas, the land use changes are not optimally managed, which at times creates conflict among proponents of the environment, culture, and development. As the population grows, so does the need for alternative land use for housing, agriculture, and other developments occur. This is the reality and the balancing act that we must always uphold. And I would also like to say the other balancing act is about how we manage the animals that you have to take care of, Minister, in the wild, and the animals that I have to take care of that the farmers produce. There is always a tension, particularly, Honorable Risinga, you know, in the area where you come from. We love the animals in the wild, the buffaloes, and the elephants and others, but they also carry foot and mouth disease, which is not good for my livestock farmers. So how do we manage that tension? And I know some of the farmers whose land may no longer be that productive for livestock, they actually would like to venture on actually conservancies and be able to prospect the value from there. But how do we manage our red line zones on protecting, on one hand, FMD, but at the same time, allowing the utilization of those lands on alternative production where conservation has to happen? And I think these are some of the issues that we need to take into consideration as we look at how we find the balance on both conservation and livestock, particularly in agriculture. I'd like to take an example, Minister, and for the conference also, in areas around Hoedspruit, where we had agreed that we will allow for the opening of the fence in the Kruger Park so that the animals can be shared between the farmers who are on conservancies in that area, as well as the parks. But I think what we would need to manage is how do we ensure that the expansion of areas such as these, we actually make sure that we apply your animal health management for both the animals in the park and those that are outside. How do we also make sure that the beneficiation by communities in terms of utilizing and making choices where they can actually choose to utilize, conservation economy as opposed to livestock may be the choice. And here, communities that are around the parks, these are some of the issues that I have to grapple with on from time to time, rather. And I think it shouldn't be a choice, but rather how do we enable them to actually find this balance that will ensure that those who remain in livestock, the livestock are protected, but those who choose to go on conservation, they actually can be able to do so and get maximum value. The other reality in terms of land management and governance, which I would like to tease, is how do we actually ensure that we also find the utilization in a positive way of invasive plants that we remove, either when we take care of your water sources like your hyacinth in the Hartebeers for dam and others, and at the same time some of the alien plants like your queen of the night in some of our rural areas that take over your grazing land, in a manner that we can utilize those to benefit those communities in terms of alternative economic uses. I know with the hyacinth, for instance, that it can be used for other purposes as part of the feed, particularly for your fish and your aquaculture. How do we actually make sure that some of these things in the management of our environment, we can also find the beneficiation that will bring us economic value for the respective communities? The second area that I would like to tease is to create a sustainable market for wildlife products. Wildlife products contain a variety of health benefits to humans and can substitute some food items that are imported in the country. Consumer educational campaigns in this area become important as a powerful tool that can help in some of our industry so that we build a profitable and sustainable market. How do we manage or decrease the poaching, for instance, of your kudus and your antelopes and others, and actually make sure that we create a sustainable market for bushmeat? That will require both the education of our consumers, at the same time ensuring that we protect those assets for economic as well as food security purposes. The other area I would like to reflect on, Minister, it's how do we utilize or rather protect some of these biodiversity species for health purposes. A number of traditional leaders, they will harvest some of these plants, but more and more encroachment of citizens and other deplete these plants which are used for health purposes. Couldn't we look at opportunities where we could start to actually farm those in a manner that it protect those species from becoming extinct, particularly for health purposes, is an area that I would like us to reflect on. The fourth is about promotion and protection of biodiversity by involving communities. Poaching and unsustainable hunting are some of the risks impacting the biodiversity economy, as I've just said. Encouraging communities to be involved in the protection of wildlife and fight against poaching is crucial to achieve sustainability in this sector. This will protect our biodiversity and also create jobs for communities while preserving nature. There are many areas, in my view, that we can discuss in addition to the four that I've just highlighted, which are important in the promotion of the biodiversity economy. And as I close, Program Director, I must congratulate our Minister, Minister Creasy, and the team for organizing this important conference, which looks at the opportunities offered by the biodiversity economy. Maybe it's an area that we've forgotten for some time, or rather, not have taken it seriously, where else there's value in it. Maybe the challenge would be how do we count that value? How do we account for it in a manner that it becomes part of your statistics, statistician in general, so that when we count the economic sector, biodiversity becomes one. And I'm sure this conference will enable us with those discussions to ensure that we can identify some of these opportunity in ensuring that we strengthen our biodiversity as a country at an economic level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for such stimulating and thought-provoking input. We are going to proceed. I hope we are taking notes. And these are matters that I think we need to discuss in our different commissions. Let's welcome to the podium from the International Union for Conservation of Nature, Mr. Balinawo Kawagari, to make an input. And we'll then be looking into the role of his organization in providing support into priorities and alignment of our strategy. Mr.
Mr. Program Director, Professor Nesamvuni, ministers from my former home, environment, Papa Creasy, minister in my future home, Minister Didiza. Well, don't say I didn't say this today. Thank you very much, and greetings to the Royal Highness, the Royal Houses, all the experts key role players in the biodiversity space. My name is Biodiversity Economy, the country head for IUCN here in South Africa, International Union for Conservation of Nature. Our organization works very closely with the department and government departments, communities to ensure that whatever that's it's set as a priority for biodiversity, we start asking difficult questions. What are the issues that we need to resolve? How can we resolve? Who do we need to bring in the room? And what kind of the resources that we need to bring as well? The IUCN prides itself of the different pillars that I'm going to share with yourselves today. That we've got a role that we play in terms of convening by bringing different members of IUCN to this kind of conversations. Not only do they bring their expertise, but also they bring their resources and capacity that allows us to engage with the different departments and also sectors. We as IUCN, we've got IUCN commissions, which are different commissions that talks about research and development. Those are very critical because we need to understand the risk and vulnerabilities of our biodiversity sector, but also come up with ways on how we can address such. We play that role seamlessly because we also engage at global level, regional level, and also national to local level. As we do that work, we also find ourselves partnering with different private sector to support their work, particularly on biodiversity conservation. But not only that, to always probe them about biodiversity economy. Today we meet here because it's very critical for South Africa to actually start thinking about the biodiversity economy and how best we can invest in this particular economy. As IUCN, we fully understand the role that the biodiversity plays in terms of providing the natural resources for all of us. Well, we all had breakfast. And I'm very certain that we're going to have a very good lunch. All those are derived from our natural environment. The role of IUCN, but further goes further to say, with the National Biodiversity and Economy, National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, what are the critical pointers that we need to look at? The strategy is very clear that it talks about cross-cutting imperatives, expanding on the biodiversity economy, and also ensuring that there's growth and transformation. How are we going to live to that particular expectation? And what mechanisms and modalities do we require to be able to deliver that particular strategy? It also focuses on 4 goals. These 4 goals in the strategy are very clear because they talk about biodiversity economy, biotrade, bioprospecting, wildlife, and also talk about indigenous communities. The question on that essence is that, do we relate with this? Can we inform this conversation going forward? Critical to us is that it's aligned to the 4 pillars of work that I'm going to share with you from IUCN. One, we've got a pillar that talks about biodiversity, ecosystems, and livelihoods. We've got a pillar that talks about climate change and environmental sustainability, which is very critical because both ministers have ensured one, they've also alluded this point to say, how are we dealing with the pressures on the land systems? How do we actually ensure that the people who are living on that particular landscape are the beneficiaries of these particular resources? We are always found wanting when it comes to that. We have got coastal and ocean resilience program that focuses on how we can enhance resilience for our communities, but not only communities, but natural resources, because there's quite a lot of activities that are happening on the coast and ocean lines. We've got a 3,000-kilometer coastline, which we need to derive, not only create blue jobs, green economy, but the whole ocean economy in totality. We've got programs that talk about water and wetland resources. These are very critical because they provide the basic needs for human rights, which we just celebrated last week. But we have communities that we can actually work closely in terms of deriving that. Lastly, we've got transboundary programs that says we cannot do it by ourselves alone. We've got our neighboring states that can actually work closely with us, and we can actually work together in conserving those natural resources or natural assets, which is becoming critical in terms of trade and also partnership. We know the value of the water that we take and we receive. We know the partnership that we have on the transboundary areas, particularly the transfrontier conservation areas, and how critical that is. As IUCN, let me also acknowledge that some of the members of IUCN commissions are here today. And the questions that we'll be having as we are going through these sessions for the next 2 days is to say, what kind of evidence-based information do we require to support this particular policy? What kind of information do we require, particularly to also go and spend time with the local communities? Because we cannot do this by ourselves as technocrats. We need to have communities and also our traditional leaders in this particular conversation. We do have tools and systems to support the conversation. We do have the red data list, which you have always been using for many years, and we continuously update that to inform our ecosystems typology, the level of protection, the vulnerability, and not only that, it also talks to bringing other key ecosystems on board, including agriculture, energy, water, and also human settlement. We're excited by the nature and people theme. Reason being, we can no longer have the environment sitting separately from people, while people are the one who are exerting all the pressures to this environment. When we have floods, we cry. When we have droughts, we cry. When we have got disasters, we cry and we blame it to the environment. We need to make some concerted effort onto that. We want to encourage that as part of this conversation, we increase the resource mobilization that will support the initiatives that have been already spoken to by the minister. What are some of the financial modalities that we require for Gauteng, for example? We see the land pressures, we see the population in the province. What are some of the financial modalities that we need to talk to? Not only limited to Gauteng, but also some of the critical biodiversity destinations in the country. We are seeing quite a lot of challenges in those particular areas. Partnership and collaboration. I think the FFE, they realize that they cannot do this by themselves. And IUCN, we echo the same message. We can't do this by ourselves. As much as we're going to provide technical know-how to do things, expertise, and convening power, but we also want to bring the right mindsets into the room. And we'll be contributing to that in the various commissions. Lastly, Program Director, let me also indicate that there is a very greater need of bringing the youth in this conversation because of innovation. They are the ones who are wasting our data on TikToks, Facebook, Twitter, and we never bring them to this conversation. I think it will be very critical of us as we live in the next 2 days that we have decided what are we going to do with the youth of this country, particularly in biodiversity. Thank you very much, and I thank you.
Thank you very much for that input. Very grateful. From the input by the minister to the input by IUCN, it's now time to listen to Peoples and Park. What is it that we are seeing as role of the communities in supporting conservation and enhancing biodiversity? And the person who is going to be leading us on that is the chairperson of Peoples and Parks, Mr. Jafta Rapadu. Let's welcome him.
Dumelang bagaetsho. Let me take this opportunity to remind some of you what People and Parks represent. We are the product of Restitution of Land Rights Act number 22 of 1994. We are also the product of Land Restitution and Redistribution Policy of 1994. We are the product of Land Claims Court, which was established in 1996. We are the product of Protected Area Act number 58 of 2003. We are the product of NEMBA Act number 10 of 2004. We are the organization that represent over 2.1 million beneficiaries across all the provinces. We possess over 1.3 million hectares of land in the conservation sector. Now, we are saying it is well known that this land is under the management of our government. Our communities are yet to realize their tangible benefits from this land. So we are simply saying at this stage, our people are still reeling in poverty. Our people are still encountering economic problems. However, some of us, we understand what poverty is. Some of us, we know what poverty is. Poverty is not the new thing. So what we are saying, the new thing, which is really a new phenomenon, is our ability and the resources we are having now under the biodiversity investment to make sure that we get rid of this poverty. So in actual fact, we are presented in the next 3 days, we are presented with an opportunity to make sure that we circumvent this devastating phenomenon called the poverty. As people and parks, we view biodiversity investment as a critical initiative of economic development. It is well known that there is a growing evidence in the biodiversity and conservation sector that it offers a positive returns which are slowly outclassing other areas of economy in other sectors. Now, our pledge. Let me start with our pledge as communities to DFF. Our message to DFF, we are saying, as communities, we should not be seen as nuisance and militant beings. Rather, we should be seen as fundamental value add to this biodiversity industry. So we are pleading with everyone that please, we are debunking this thing that, communities are disruptive. We want to add value and then we want to participate meaningfully. Now, our message to investors. We are saying over and above policy certainty, over and above regulatory protection, as communities, we would like to assure you that your investment is in good hands. We are calling you to invest. Your investment is in good hands. Please invest. Please invest. Out of the 100 presentations that we're going to have today to the potential investors, there should not be a single one that is rejected. That is my plea. Lastly, that is our commitment. We will make sure that we add value. We will make sure that we contribute meaningfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapadu, for that input. We are now moving on, looking into the provincial perspective in terms of what kind of support, financial or otherwise, that can be provided to rural communities to ensure that this biodiversity economy succeeds. And to that, let's welcome our MEC, Rogers Munama, for that input. MEC.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Prof, for affording me this opportunity. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister Chris, Honorable Minister Trukutidis, our MECs, Statistician General of South Africa, Tatana Maluleke, esteemed traditional leaders and Your Royal Highness, everyone in the industry. Prof, I think it's critical just to express our profound sense. We are quite overwhelmed and humbled to be given an opportunity to dissect and transect this topical issue in this strategic dialogue. Safe to say that in giving biodiversity economy as a catalyst for rural development, unpicking the perspective of Limpopo, our understanding is that biodiversity as an ecosystem is globally identified as a cornerstone for socio-economic growth and sustainable development. And as Limpopo province, we are endowed with rich biodiversity and a variety of natural resources, of which, if fully exploited and exploited, will provide the lasting solutions that foster conservation, sustainable development, fair and equitable sharing of environmental benefits. And as one of the megabiological diverse nation, Limpopo province has established some mechanisms in which biodiversity can be sustainably used to contribute towards dealing with the socio-economic ills that you have, your poverty, unemployment, and inequality, in an endeavor to deal with the triple challenges that all of us we know. But also we reckon the fact that the challenges that we have, the plethora of the challenges that we have, are quite formidable but not insurmountable. So our understanding is that biodiversity is one of the catalysts for economic growth in the province, and it has a great opportunity for more especially previously disadvantaged individuals such as your women, youth, and people with disability. And to enhance the contribution of the wildlife industry to sustainable development and economic growth for the province, the department has implemented and employed initiatives and concrete interventions like conducting a game census to implement the reduction process to ensure that excess game is made available for handing quotas to the traditional authorities, your community property association, and private owner, whom the department has signed what you call co-management agreements. And secondly, we have what you call the handing packages to the previously disadvantaged individuals to advance a black economic empowerment and ensuring that the transformation of the hunting and game industry so that we are able to strengthen the entrepreneurship ecosystem in that part. But also we are venturing into the culling of game to provide for venison, a meat for deer, as a source for protein to communities adjacent to our nature reserves that we have as the province in an endeavor to uh, ameliorate and alleviate the abject poverty that is confronting us. And this also assists us as a province to generate 1.6 million rands as the province. But also we are trying to package some intervention projects like commercialization of the nature reserves in the province. We have about 55 nature reserves in the province. So the commercialization of these state-owned nature reserve projects through the community-driven initiatives, the public-private partnership is still on course as a province. And The department has already advertised what we call the expression of interest for potential bidders. And we are in the process of appointing a transactional advisor to assist us in terms of the feasibility study. We have identified specific nature reserves in the province. We are Masebe, Ras the Finger, Blueback, Mwangwedi, Vonerkop, and Khametsen Magua. These are the nature reserves that we have identified, but also we have what we call the biodiversity economy nodes. So the department has concluded that project of conducting a feasibility study, determine the optimal economic benefit that the communities can derive for their own benefits. And we have identified 10 biodiversity economy nodes in the province. That's your Greater Blowback, your Greater Letaba, Greater Magua, Greater Masebe, Greater Skainsdry, Greater Mwameri, Greater Vet, Fenger, and Makapan Valley. You know that Makapan Valley is one of the world acclaimed heritage sites. So as an endeavor to project and to propel our economy, those are the conservation areas that I think we have identified. But also we are battling with the issue of the land claimants in some of these areas that I think we are trying to engage. But also the number of the nature reserves that we have, the 55, we are trying to rationalize them as the province so that some of them they are being given to the emerging business people or entrepreneurship so that they participate in that economy that is not yet transformed. But also we have what we call the people and the parks that we have as a province that we are in the process of concluding about co-management agreement with 18 communities, more especially those ones with are adjacent to the nature reserves that we have as a province, so that we are able to enhance what we call the sustainable beneficiation of the natural resources that we have in the protected areas, and thus improving the livelihood of our people there, so that as a province also we are able to transform the socio-economic landscape of the province and take the province to the highest economic trajectory. And we hope and believe that by facilitating these people and parks program, our communities will be able to contribute their properties into provincial protected areas and those adjacent to them to benefit through these beneficiation projects that we have. So we also, this program I think also will create a platform for job creation through the labor intensive projects that I think we are going to roll out. And we are quite happy, Honorable Minister, with the collaboration that we have as Limpopo for the good gesture of opening Kruger National Park. You know that 70% of Kruger National Park is in Limpopo, and we wanted to derive and leverage on the economic opportunities that are there. Let me take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you very much. Central to the inputs that has been done by our ministers has been the issue of wildlife crime and over exploitation of our plants and animals. And coming next will be the input from the Greater Kruger Environmental Protection Foundation. And Mrs. Sharon Hausman will help us address the issue of how we can fight wildlife crimes and possible alternatives in terms of alternative livelihoods for rural communities. Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues, friends, colleagues who have become friends, and colleagues who will become friends. All protocols observed, and I'd like to express my appreciation to the ministers and the Department of Environmental Affairs for this opportunity and to add contributions to this Indaba today. The Greater Kruger Environmental Protection Foundation represents a conservation area of almost 250,000 hectares of privately owned land, which is part of the Greater Kruger landscape, an open system conservation partner on the western boundary of the Kruger National Park. These privately owned nature reserves, including the Sabi Sand Nature Reserve, the Timbavati, Klaseri, Thornybush, Umbabat, Sabi Game Reserve, and Mala Mala, have become internationally renowned tourism destinations, pioneering the luxury and ultra-luxury tourism market in South Africa. While I recognize that these reserves are historically privileged landowners, exemplary initiatives and some valuable lessons have been learned in the landscape, which I would like to share 3 of the most important with you. Formalizing the relationship in the landscape through the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area Cooperative Agreement, which is a formal agreement involving national, provincial, and privately owned properties. While this agreement underpins unified management for the open conservation area, it is also testimony to the willingness of private and state entities to cooperate in the landscape for the greater good. Today, a tangible level of cooperation and collaboration exists. Unity is a critical resilience factor, and this complex landscape actively strives towards unity. Following from this development of the Greater Kruger Strategic Development Plan, the plan promotes partnerships between government, communities, and the private sector to respond to the needs of the Greater Kruger area, finding a balance between conservation and sustainable development to support the surrounding communities. It has set clear objectives, some of which are securing the natural capital base of the Greater Kruger landscape, socio-economic transformation and job creation, and strengthening partnership and governance structures. And thirdly, and very importantly, the unified and cohesive response in the landscape to mitigate wildlife crime, not only in terms of operational response, but also in terms of strategy and addressing driving factors of wildlife crime in this region. The formalization of the Greater Kruger Conservation Area, the resultant cohesiveness and the willingness to support the development of a sustainable biodiversity economy lays a firm and strong foundation for a multitude of possibilities to achieve the objectives set out in the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy. These private landowners, as mentioned, relinquished private control of their properties to incorporate them into a large landscape conservation area, which expanded the western boundary of the Kruger National Park. This expansion, critically to the west, ensured more land for wildlife to move freely, thus ensuring a larger sustainable biodiverse area. It formed a critical band of protection supported by private funding and created the world-renowned high-end tourism market. This led to multiple job creation, more than 20,000 direct jobs in this tourism industry, and an estimated over 150,000 industry-related jobs in the area. Skills development and community needs and livelihood support through investment and through outreach programs. It brought in billions of foreign currency into that area. And of course, the taxes paid from those reserves contribute significantly to the central fiscal. The land ownership in the region is underpinned by a love for nature and dedication to conservation, and economic models developed over time to sustain these properties. This in itself shows innovation, resilience, and progress. And from this, we need to expand and leverage opportunities to benefit not only conservation, but also the people living alongside this conservation area. This area should not be seen as a conservation enclave, but rather a thriving space for both wildlife and people. Large-scale economic development is key to the sustainability of this conservation area. We have a population of near 4 million people living on the western boundary of the Greater Kruger area, with very high unemployment and very little opportunities. We need to leverage the existing economic channels and this high-end tourism market to improve the situation. We need to create more skilled employment opportunities. Friends of mine are success stories in that area. A person very close to me, Vincent Matonsi, started off as a delivery driver. He today owns his own fleet of vehicles and employs additional drivers to deliver services. We need 100 or 1,000 examples like this, not only a handful. We need to develop industries that support the conservation and the tourism industry. We need to develop entrepreneurs and small business development in the area to further enhance the supply chain to these tourism industries. Communal land incorporation and expansion of conservation land is non-negotiable. It must happen. We have to transform, and we have to make it an inclusive conservation area. Pursue green bond conservation initiatives in the area and mobilize effective ownership and inclusivity. We need landscape leadership, transformed landscape leadership. My friend, colleague, and leader, Oscar Mtikulu, being an example of a leader in this space, and we need 20 or 30 or 50 Oscars. In closing, I'd like to just express that the biggest threat that we face in this area is the crime. We all know, and we've all read the corruption and crime paper published last year by Julian Rademeyer. This is a reality that we live with every day, and it is not something that only affects the wildlife, it affects the people. The rhino poachers on the ground are victims of organized crime driven in this area because the alternative opportunities are lacking. The illegal bushmeat industry in the Greater Kruger area are exploding. It is a thriving illegal economy. We need to change this to a thriving legal economy. We need to address the factors that are prohibiting this economy being legalized and supplying the safe meat, as the MEC and as the Minister have all mentioned in their addresses. The lack of law enforcement and the lack of the capacity in the judicial system needs to be addressed so that we can form a safe base for people in this landscape and build the economic sustainability on top of that. The opportunities are many. We need to harness these. We need to create a safe space to harness these, and we need to leverage all the opportunities for the people in the area. We need to focus on the youth. Hundreds of thousands of matriculants emerge from this area every year with extremely limited opportunities. I would like to acknowledge specifically Minister Didiza's address to us, and many of the points you mentioned there are absolutely pertinent to change in this area. I think a lot of the legislation needs to be reviewed, whether it is still actually valid. You mentioned the red line. It is an immense blocking factor for development in that area, and some critical factors need to be revised. In closing, I would like to quote from Dr. Bram Bushnell's paper, The New Green Apartheid, in which he examines race, capital, and logistics in that area, specifically to enclosure in South Africa's wildlife economy. With reference to a source paper, I'd like to quote, central in the article is how the prioritization of capital investment over social, economic, and racial equality perpetuates and intensifies older forms of colonial and apartheid geographies and segregation. This situation is so ingrained, it has de facto resulted in a new green apartheid. I believe through the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, we need to reverse and counter this as a collective. We need to create a thriving environment, not for conservation, for people.
Thank you very much. And the last input will be coming from Traditional Healers Organization, and we'll be getting the contribution of traditional healers as it relates to bioprospecting and biotrade. Ms. Masichawa Sedibana. Let's welcome her.
Warm greetings, colleagues, honorable ministers, MECs, royal houses, traditional structures and houses, every delegate in this room, Togozani, and all protocol observed. I personally come from an organization that is responsible for over 70,000 traditional health practitioners. Our mandate is to protect, promote, traditional health practices, and advocate as well. But Program Director, allow me today to speak on behalf of all traditional health practitioners in South Africa, not just my organization. The question addressed to us was that how do we use or advance bioeconomy as a contributor to the rural development and livelihoods? Firstly, I'll just get straight to the point. We need to invest in human resource capital, which is the community at large. We need to develop strong stakeholder relations and collaborations and give ownership of the biodiversity to the community. We need to invest through knowledge, education, and training of the importance of biodiversity in the rural areas in terms of train the trainer. And automatically, we will be also creating jobs on that point. Also, allowing more farms that grow indigenous medicinal plants that are going extinct because of industrialization and climate change. We must ascertain interest groups such as THPs who are interested in certain prohibited plants and facilitate for permits to THPs to access these plants. The same applies for various interest groups in relation to wild meat economy. Give proper training and issue licensing purposes for culling and the balancing of ecosystem. Apply the very same system in regards to plants and trees, where certain interest groups are trained to conserve and appreciate plants and animals as well. I'm glad that we have an exhibition today because my last point was going to be we need to have exhibitions in rural areas where we've got professionals and specialists that have different plants and animals so that people can appreciate and learn more about these plants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us are aware that we were running behind time, and all the inputs that have been made from the minister, MEC, all the organizations have done well to set the scene for us. In fact, covering all the other sessions that we are still going to attend. So to really make sure that we catch up on time, we won't allow any questions for now. But if you have got those inputs that you wanted to make, let them go to the various sections that we have to go. So allow us to proceed with the program of the day. And I want to make just 2 housekeeping announcements that immediately after these, because we will be breaking, ministers, MECs, and all the ministers' guests, please, you are invited to go to open the exhibition so that we can catch time on that. All of us will be going for tea. And thereafter, there is another big discussions where we are going to be continuing with what we were doing now. And we will be discussing issues of investments and finance, which is also very critical. Thank you very much for your attention. And thank you very much, panelists. Let's give them another round of applause for the great inputs. Thank you very much. DDG, you want to guide us on how we go?
Thank you. And delegates are requested to be seated at 12. So the next session will start exactly at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
For the second session.
Yeah, but I think there's more chairs for the second session.
No, we'll put back another 2. It started five, 4 green and 1.
I think leave it as it is.
Okay.
So we avoid the up and down.
Okay. Much.
To reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024.
I know, but it's like not why. Oh, I'm the moon. It's a random ship. You need to figure out if it is from like dust in the air and how the hell it happens. Is it should happen, huh? Like I've had it before where I've had a computer in a very dusty environment and it filtered because dust going in there. Yeah,
From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice in the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft Natural Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From
Can you ask people to settle?
Prefer so you can see.
Anyway, I don't. Hello, can we request that you settle? We are ready for the next session. We are ready for the next session. Please be seated. Please be seated. Please settle so that we can start the next session. Hi, how are you? Okay, hello. Can we come through? Okay. There you go. Talk to your people.
We are going to start now. Can someone help the people that are still standing outside to come in and settle? And those that are inside, please take your seats. We're going to move on to the next session. I can still hear people at the back. Looks and sounds a little bit busy at the back. We are going to start in 30 seconds. Colleagues, good afternoon. I'll be seated here. The panelists are here. We are honored to have the minister here with us, and also our panelists, the Minister of Water and Sanitation. We know him, Minister Senzo Mtunu is with us. In the panel, we have our Statistician General from Stats SA, Statistics South Africa, Mr. Risenga Maluleke. We have Dr. Teresa Franz from the South African National Biodiversity Institute, responsible for knowledge generation in the institute, which is one of the entities of the department, the FFE. We have Dr. Sue Sneyman. She's the Director of Research and Africa Leadership University. So our session has two parts. So the panelists that are here are participating in the first part that deals with matters of natural capital accounting. Quite an interesting topic indeed. We understand that, as it was said earlier on, even during the speeches that were given by our ministers, Minister responsible for Agriculture and Land Reform, Minister responsible for Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, and the MECs earlier, two of them,
They underscored the fact that healthy functioning ecosystems and diverse biodiversity assets, most of which we have here in South Africa, are important to society and the economy. We understand also, I think they highlighted the challenges that we have, not only socio-economic challenges that we know, the triple challenges in South Africa that we're grappling with and dealing with, but also environmental related challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, overexploitation, and many other issues that were raised earlier on are regarded as obstacles for strong, sustainable national development and economic growth. So, in talking to natural capital accounting, we'll be highlighting a number of issues. I think the panelists will be raising a number of issues that will help us understand what this concept is all about, what is happening on natural capital accounting in South Africa, where South Africa is positioned worldwide, internationally, regionally, and otherwise, and how this is relevant to the theme of the conference, which you can see there, biodiversity economy and investment, collective action for thriving nature and people. That's what they will be talking about. I do a little bit of stretches when I sit for a long time. So if one of the panelists is speaking and checking on time, I may want to stand up just to stretch, and probably they will notice that to say they need to move to in conclusion, and then we'll take it up from there. I think I won't do it for the minister, though, for obvious reasons, but we will make sure that we catch up on time. The first speaker will be our statistician general. Would want him to reflect. We know that Stats SA does a lot of census data, and also they do economic data as well. So we want him to reflect on how the natural capital accounting support and contribute to socio-economic development or to economic development. That's the part that would want the statistician general to reflect on, and also reflecting on the work that Stats SA is doing in this area of work. Mr. Risenga Maluleka, it's your time.
Let me thank you, Shonisani, and let me take note of the ministers that are here, particularly the hosting minister, Minister Chrissy, and the minister with whom we are sharing the panel. MECs, traditional leaders, all protocols observed. Let me say I would be remiss if I do not acknowledge my brother Hosim Hinga, who is amongst the traditional leaders who, if I don't acknowledge him particularly, I have nowhere to go, especially during Easter holidays. The Mingas are the Malulekes, as you would know. And let me continue to say that I'm known for talking numbers all the time, so I'll minimize numbers. But why do I minimize numbers today? It's because natural capital accounting, although we talk about accounting, it's not always in monetary terms. We first need to look at nature. We first need to look at how nature supports us, and every speaker in the previous panel has indicated as such. But natural capital is another term that we use in terms of stocks, the plants, the animals, the water, the soil, the minerals that we talk about. And indeed, as we do so, it provides us and helps us to standardize and formalize into statistics. So of course, just as we have in economic terms, the accounts that we talk about in the form of the gross domestic product, we also have what we call the population census, where we count all the people. So if you ask me, I'm responsible for counting everyone who finds themselves within the borders of the Republic of South Africa. And when I say everyone, I don't choose whether you are local, not local, because we all use resources as we are talking. Hosima Donsi was talking to me during tea time, and he was saying, don't forget to count the people of the Madonsi area. And I said, I will never forget to count them and everyone in the country. So now, when we have economy in the form of GDP, we also talk about social statistics in the form of the population census. So when we say in the country we have 62 million people, and of course our economy is growing as of the fourth quarter of 2023 at 0.1%. We also need to look at issues of the environment. We also need to look at natural resources so that we can deal with the issue of the national goals that we put, for policy positions that we put, but also for sustainable development goals. And indeed, what do we talk about going forward? We are saying that uh, uh, the whole issue of the NCA, what we call the National Capital Accounting, helps us to understand that it's not those numbers that matter alone that we make available. Behind the numbers, there is life. And if you don't believe that natural capital accounting is serious, and you think that only money and the economy that we measure are serious, try and count your money while you are holding your breath. And of course, in South Africa, we have a snapshot. We have results and reports that we have made available from as early as 2000, where we published the country's first water accounts, as you will have seen in our journey that we will be sharing in some of the platforms. And indeed, we have worked very well with other global bodies such as the United Nations Statistics Division, the United Nations Environmental Program, and indeed, South Africa is at the forefront of the whole issue of the national capital accounting. We are not spectators. We are amongst the lead agencies in the world. Now, the system of environmental economic accounting is a central framework that we adopted in 2012, and indeed, it allows us to report from time to time at the United Nations Statistics Commission like any other country. And this forms part of our system of national accounts. And indeed, at some stage, I guess, Shonisani, as we talk about the sustainable development goals, the 17 sustainable development goals that take us to 2030. We will also talk about some of the results and the reports that we have made available as Statistics South Africa. I must admit, and of course you want me to conclude, but let me indicate that South Africa has a national natural counting strategy for natural accounts. We have that, and of course, we work together with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and of course, South African National Parks, Sanbi, where you come from, Shoni, and other institutions. It shows that we have a richness of information that we can put together as we work forward and as we trudge in this journey going forward. As I conclude, I need to indicate that we have to make sure that when we deal with numbers, why do we need Stats SA? It's because every policy department, the minister here in the panel, wants to tell South Africans that where we don't have water, we will provide water at all times. The Minister for Agriculture, Land and Rural Development, she was here earlier, Minister Togo Didiza, wants to tell South Africans that we would want to have a yield in terms of best harvest. But the statistician general needs to tell us independently all the times whether we are making progress or not. And where we make progress, we have to tell the nation. Where we are not making progress, we have to tell the nation, and we are not trapped by any policy position because the nation doesn't want to know good news. The nation needs to know all the time
where we are succeeding and where we are not succeeding, so that we can use evidence, empirical evidence, for the future of our country. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our statistician general. And indeed, a lot has been done. So many accounts that are associated with the environment. Probably we will hear some of them from Teresa, Dr. Teresa Franz, as she talks to this particular issue, but specifically referring to how NCA, or natural capital accounting, can support evidence-based decision-making. Quite a critical issue indeed, and referring also to other accounts that the Statistician General referred to and that were led earlier associated with the NCA as we are talking to. Teresa, if you can just come through and share with us some of the examples and what has been happening in the space as led in that partnership arrangement with Stats SA. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Oh, let's welcome you. I'm not following protocol appropriately. Thank you very much. Continue, Teresa.
Good afternoon, ministers, distinguished guests, esteemed leaders, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm pleased to be able to share with you the important role of natural capital accounting for making clear how nature counts in driving sustainable development and economic prosperity, while also giving more insight into SANBI's role in this. We've been looking towards an accounting framework since 2010 with the Aichi target to integrate biodiversity values into national and local development strategies and plans, and national accounting systems as appropriate is a general principle entry point. In 2021, in a historic step towards transforming how we view and value nature, the world adopted a new statistical framework called the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, or SEEA, and particularly ecosystem accounting. What we have learned is that natural capital accounting was recognized as a practical tool to measure how nature supports people and the economy. And from 2014, SANBI has worked together with Stats SA through donor-funded projects to spearhead ecosystem accounting in South Africa. This we achieved through multi-institutional partnerships. The most recent of these projects is the Ecological Infrastructure for Water Security, which focuses on unlocking development finance to secure ecological infrastructure for water security in critical water catchments. And Mr. Facilitator, I just noticed that our bottles of water actually say made by Mother Nature. So this is one demonstration of how we derive benefits from an ecosystem service because it's nature that provides us with that water. SANBI's mandate includes, among others, monitoring and reporting on the state of the country's biodiversity and ecosystems. So we're the natural partner for Stats SA when it comes to ecosystem accounting. SANBI coordinates in partnership with many others foundational data sets of ecosystem extent across all realms and spatial assessments of the ecological condition as well as the protection level of our ecosystems. We also coordinate the red list of ecosystems that has played a key role in mainstreaming biodiversity in a range of sectors in South Africa. These are reported in the National Biodiversity Assessment as the primary tool for monitoring and reporting on the state of biodiversity in South Africa. It is used to inform policies, strategies, and actions for managing and conserving biodiversity more effectively. It's done approximately every 7 years, as it's a mammoth task, and the next iteration will be out next year. And it is the same foundational data that underpins the National Biodiversity Assessment and the Red List of Ecosystems that also underpins the natural capital accounting work in South Africa. I thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Franz. I think in line with what the Statistician General was saying, you can't manage what you can't measure. Did I put it correctly? You have to know what you're dealing with. So even in this case, this data, foundational data, becomes very, very important. I think the Statistician General also spoke about the next iteration over time, so that there's comparative analysis, similar to what Dr. Franz is saying on the foundational data as well. Thank you very much for that. Let's now move on to Dr. Sue Snyman. She's the Director of Research at African Leadership University. She specializes on value of ecosystem services, and would want to look at this matter as much as she does her work internationally and regionally, this time around also to reflect on what are the values of ecosystems in the context of South Africa, and some of the issues that as we move forward in understanding the value that could be helpful, especially in the context of natural capital accounting. Dr. Snyman.
Thanks very much, Shanasani. Good afternoon, everybody. Just acknowledging the Minister and all MECs and traditional leaders, all protocol observed. I realized as I was sitting here that it's all the number nerds that are sitting here together. All of us love data and statistics, and none of us have really given any data or statistics yet. And I won't be doing that either. So essentially, I thought what would be useful would be for us to understand defining ecosystem services, because many of you in this room this might not be your area. So an ecosystem service is essentially where ecosystem provides a benefit to humans in some way or form. And I love the National Geographic definition of an ecosystem, which is a bubble of life. And so essentially, and it's been brought up in this panel and in previous sessions, the air you breathe, the food you eat, the water you drink. I also noticed that the water said made by Mother Nature, and the clothes you wear, everything in our lives comes from ecosystem services. And so it is absolutely critical that we acknowledge the value of that and that we account for it. And we really need to make sure that we mainstream ecosystem services and the value of these into every sector in the economy. And from an economic point of view, so I am a resource economist, and trying to understand this value is very important. At the African Leadership University, we are doing research, as Shonasani mentioned, of the state of the biodiversity economy throughout Africa. And we recently published a Wildlife Economy Investment Index, and I'm pleased to let you all know that South Africa was #1. And so I'm hoping that over the next 2 days, we can ensure that South Africa stays there at #1 in that position. So the different types of ecosystem services, their provisioning, regulating, maintenance support, and cultural. And the biodiversity economy activities rely on these services to sustain them. And some of them are themselves ecosystem services, like carbon storage, and forest products, medicinal plants. And so the value of these is the importance or usefulness of them. And I think it's important to note that not all of these values are monetary or financial. So we have the non-use values of knowing they exist or being able to leave them for future generations. But in terms of the economy, we want to understand the direct use values. So how are we using these ecosystem services, which is what the natural capital accounting is truly trying to understand and look at. And then the indirect use values, which is where ecosystem services are input into other economic activities. So like bee pollination, flood control, soil stabilization. And so much of that we just do not take into account in any way or form. If you go, it was mentioned in the previous plenary session, if you go to a mining company, they can very easily tell you their value, what they're contributing. But if you go to a conservation area, they very rarely can give you the exact value. And so you just also took the words right out of my mouth, Shonasani. You cannot manage what you don't measure. And so it is absolutely critical that we start measuring these values and making sure, it also came up previously, that conservation is about protecting nature for people, not from people. And so we have to change this narrative of protection and prohibition, and we need to make sure that people see conservation and development as not mutually exclusive. This value to South Africa's economy, there have been 2 studies that have looked at it across South Africa, and I will bring in some numbers here, but they've valued the overall ecosystem services in South Africa at it's quite different because of the different definitions of ecosystem services, which makes it very complex. But between 275 billion and 437 billion, that is 125% of GDP. So just listen to that again. 125% of the GDP of the country is the value of the ecosystem services. Yet we are not including these values and that in decision making and policy making. And it is critical that we do that because it's a key strategic asset for the country. And we need to stop looking at it as an input or a resource into everything. It is an asset that we have to invest in. And I really want to, as I in terms of value, there's also the direct jobs, indirect jobs, and induced jobs that come from ecosystem services. And there's the informal use, the subsistence use, all of these values within the economy in South Africa, and the value chains and the multipliers. And South Africa is relatively good at utilizing these value chains and multipliers. Whereas many other African countries are still exporting raw products in many of, for example, forest products. But South Africa has developed a lot of these value chains, but we need to do more of that to create more jobs and to create more value for the country. And so to all of you, I say, don't become conservationists, become environmental investors or environmental economists, because we have to create economies around these protected areas that stimulate growth, stimulate jobs, and create benefits for the planet and her people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Before we go to the minister, I just want to give all of you an opportunity to just one take-home message that I know, Dr. Snyman, you spoke to a number of things that we need to create value and also understand the multiple values, direct and indirect. But there could be one message that we would also want to put through. We'll take from here, just one line, Dr. Franz, one line, Dr. Snyman, one line, and then we'll move to the minister.
Let me say that nature is very kind, yet nature can be very cruel when we do not listen to it. Now, in the space of the time where we no longer have time to respond to nature, we need to build skills. And it takes a lot of patience to build technical skills, be it for economists, sociologists, ecologists, to build the right policy environment, number 2. Number 3, to have the right institutions, be it at national, provincial, local, as well as at settlement level, where our traditional leaders are. So all we need to do is to have the patience to work together in unison. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Maluleka. Let's move on to Dr. Franz. One line.
One long line, Mr. Facilitator. So just leading on from the previous session, we know that nature counts because it provides more than 2,000 indigenous medicinal plant species that support some 200,000 traditional health practitioners. And this underpins the informal African traditional medicine industry, which has a value of about 18 billion rand per year. This also, of course, contributes to human well-being. And in another line, 418,000 biodiversity-related jobs are what drives this economy as well. And this includes direct uses, extractive uses, like fishing and hunting. So very important underpinning of livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Steven, one
Thanks.
line.
So for me, conservation and development are not mutually exclusive. They can and should be aligned so that conservation is mainstreamed into every sector of the economy and acknowledged for the value that it adds.
Thank you very much. We'll now request the Minister, Senzo Mkunu, to take to the podium and reflect on some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me recognize the fellow panelists. I appreciate the trade-off that we made at the beginning, that I will stand and talk, and in exchange of that, you will give me a little bit of time. Just a few seconds. Let me greet the House, and indeed, we are very happy that we are holding this conference or this convention today. And it means that we are really moving to the right direction. Let me start by making a statement that in a world where access to clean water is becoming increasingly scarce, understanding and safeguarding our vital resources is not just an environmental concern, but it's a necessity for the survival and prosperity of our country and our nation. The other day, we were talking in a conference, future sustainability. And of course, talking about various initiatives that we are taking and that we need to take to ensure and guarantee sustainability of the future of our country. And indeed, this is one of them. There's no doubt about it. Now, we are talking about the natural sources of water that needs protection. And perhaps it is underestimation to talk about protection, serious protection that we must talk about. These sources encompass just 10%. Now, the SG here told me that he's not going to talk to any figures. I'm doing a little bit of substitution. I'm talking about figures. Just 10% of all our lands, but they provide more than 50% of the country's fresh water. Now, indeed, we're talking about something very delicate, something that needs a lot of protection. 10%, but 50% contribution. Of course, these vital ecosystems are under threat. That's why they need so much protection. They're important, they're essential, but at the same time, they're under threat. They're under threat from pollution, they're under threat from mining, from agriculture, afforestation, urbanization, climate change, and indeed, that includes drought as well and other natural forces. There's just no doubt about that. We don't need to go to universities, those who never got the chance to go to university to learn the threats that these sources are facing at the moment. But then the Department of Water and Sanitation will be embarking, realizing this importance, on a 3-year study as of the 1st of April, 2024, to further refine 36 groundwater strategic water source areas at a finer scale. We do realize we have to take this initiative, and we've got to expand both sideways but also vertical. That's why we're talking like this. And it's going to be an interesting development in our department, undertaking this very important task. Of course, working all together with all other partners in this regard. If we don't do this, if all of us as a country neglect this important task of protecting our natural sources, of course, we will face depletion. That is why we appreciate what has been said by the panelists here, adding value to our ecosystems and adding them and talking about them as adding as part of capital in the country. That's a serious and very important development that we are getting into as a country. And now, what does it mean? It means South Africa is very far from collapsing, of course, provided we implement the outcomes here. But I'm just emphasizing this because very often we come across people who are telling us that South Africa is on a brink of collapse from different fronts. We are not collapsing the country here. We are building it. We are securing its future. And we regard that as very important. Unless we will come out with a resolution that will say everything that is an outcome here, must not be implemented, we will have begun collapsing the country in that regard. Now, the recognition of strategic water source areas and taking decisive action to protect them, it indeed is a step forward, which will secure sustainable water future for our country, South Africa. Of course, it has to begin with understanding the intricate web of ecosystems that make up these areas and the vital services that they provide. And this is going to come up in the next 3 years on our side or from our perspective. We will share this and we hope that those are in front of us who have already done some work and made progress will also come and share with us as we make progress. Now, with all of this that has been said by the panelists and what we are saying, so I'm saying, what is the time now? I'm saying it is time for a paradigm shift where the true value of water is recognized and the protection of our natural heritage is prioritized. It is time for the paradigm shift, and this is the time for that. Now, I had a picture that I saw as we built towards the 22nd of March, which is the Water Day. Well, there was a picture of a young fellow kneeling down and drinking water. And underneath it was written, you never really appreciate the importance of water until you go to a well and the well doesn't have water at all. It's the only time you really recognize and appreciate the importance of water. Similarly, without this 10% of water resources, without protecting them, we really will learn hard lessons, and we don't want to go there. And of course, our country is a water scarce country. It adds a huge burden on ourselves. Now, natural capital accounts for strategic water source areas in South Africa, crucial tools for understanding and managing the intricate balance between water resource and ecosystems. Indeed. And I just want to say that all our natural resources, all of them, as SG was counting them, they are a blessing to us. They are not a curse. And they are not there to be kicked and neglected. They are there for us to embrace them. They are there for us to attach value to them and then turn that value into better life for all South Africans, as it were. Now, what are we doing as Department of Education, as a Department of Water and Sanitation, going further or going forward? We are saying we are a member, an active member at that. together with DFFE, together with Stats South Africa. And we enjoy this partnership. And all of us as members of the Strategic Advisory Group. And we think that we're doing South Africa a lot of good. And we're developing this appreciation together with the rest of the country that is beginning to appreciate the importance of ecosystems and the value for natural sources of water. And it is therefore for this reason that we are taking further steps as this department to introduce a bill in the National Assembly as we speak. It is already there, a bill as part of water reforms. We're busy with a few reforms, one on the Water Act, another on the Water Services Act, basically to improve our performance on water, especially the water services in the country, because that is what has earned us the word crisis. It's not because there's no water in rivers or in dams and so on, but it is because of failure on the part of services as a result of neglect over decades in terms of the infrastructure that delivers water to our homes. We're attending to this, but we're saying part of what we needed to do is to do some reforms in our architecture on legislation that deals with water. So we are looking forward to this bill passing, and then getting into the architecture of water governance in our country. And we're happy with this development, and it's part of our contribution, of course, to the as a member of the Strategic Advisory Group. As I sit down, I know that there are a lot of aspects like scenario analysis that need to come in, and do a lot of refined work in the subject that we are talking about right now. And we're hoping that we'll stick together, all of us, especially in the field of expertise, because this is expertise driven more than just passion. And we need that expertise, we need that passion, of course, but we also need experience in this particular field, so that we can operate at the same level as the best, together with other countries that have made progress better than us in this, and be at the same level as they are. And in closing, really natural capital accounts for strategic water source areas in South Africa represent a powerful tool in integrating ecological and economic considerations into water resource management and land use planning. And by quantifying the value of ecosystems services and assessing the trade-offs associated with different management strategies, natural capital accounts enable informed decision-making that balances the needs of people and nature without making errors. And as South Africa continues to confront water scarcity, climate change, and biodiversity loss, investing in the conservation and restoration of strategic water sources areas is essential for building resilience and ensuring sustainable development for generations into the future. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. The Statistician General requested that he hands over gifts to the ministers, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Minister Barbara Creasy, if they can come through. He also insisted that because Gauteng is the host, you don't visit a place and you don't provide. It will be, this was not part of what he said, Minister, but Minister from, the MEC from Limpopo, if you can come over, I will be in trouble if I don't do that. I'm going home in the next few days for Easter. So these are the gifts on strategic water source areas. This is the work that we've been talking about. Just come through, Tsepa. And colleagues, if you can just stand here as well as the Statistician General hands this over. You can speak, continue.
Well, we have done the work as have the sound.
I'm told the MEC, Northern Cape. Apologies, MEC. I was in Northern Cape not long ago. I'll be going back. Thank you very much. SG?
We have done the work at STSA on natural capital accounts, be it water, be it natural resources, be it sub-national water issues, be it minerals and otherwise. And of course, we just brought one book as for ceremonial reasons to hand over. There's more work and some are coming out at end of this month, and next month we are releasing more reports. So I'm not giving them presents, I'm giving them work to go and work for our communities. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for that. This is wonderful. Thank you. This is wonderful. Thank
you, thank you very much. This session is done and adjourned. We'll move on to the next session, which is part 2, immediately. And the panelists for that, thank you very much. Thank you. The panelists will come over. They know themselves on financing gap and how we finance biodiversity. Please come through. I'll call upon, there they are. Let them come through. I will introduce them while they're here. Let's see. We will get Colin here, Adri on this one. Colin will sit there. Adri will sit here. Lebohang from National Empowerment Fund. Maxwell from UNDP. Candice, he will come in here. And Mark, we need one more chair. We need one more chair. Can we get one more chair? You can use that one. I will stand. Let's move on. Take your seats. We are now moving to a session that deals with financing biodiversity. I think earlier on it was indicated, and also the figures that were raised, that we'll need a lot of money. I think there were figures, as much as we understand the value, 475 billion that was raised earlier on, and other values as well, even at international level. There are bigger values. I do know that the gap was assessed, and it was found to be 500 to 700 billion counted in US dollars of the gap in terms of financing that's required. So we'll be focusing as part of this session on the innovative sustainable financial solutions and also on incentives for maintaining and growing conservation, sustainable use, and also growing biodiversity economy. So the panelists here will discuss available funding mechanisms, if they know of some, and some of those that they have tapped into, and also advising as we deliver on the theme and also the intention of this conference, advising others on how best to do that. So I'll be going through, I hope the mics are ready. They are going to be ready in a minute. I'll be going through each of the participants here, not in the order that they are sitting. I will decide on how we'll be moving. We'll start with UNDP. As you take on the mic, for the 3 minutes that you have, maximum 3 minutes, maximum 3 minutes. I think I see Adre is surprised that, can I do this in 3 minutes? Yes. We want to take the key messages that you would want to put through on this particular matter. If you go far, it shouldn't be more than 5 minutes. So I'm already standing. We'll start with the country head director of UNDP, Mr. Maxwell Gomera. I know you are only a month in your new responsibility, but you've been working in this space for quite a long time. So we want you to, or we're asking you to reflect on this matter of finance, the gap that we have, and how best and what can we do to fill that gap, because biodiversity conservation will require that we invest for the returns that we were talking about earlier on. If you can reflect on that, with if there are some regional, international stories that you would want to share within those few minutes, you can do that. Take your time.
Well, this is on, right? Well, Shoni, thank you very much, and that's very kind. I have to start by honoring all the ministers who are here and colleagues who are here. This feels like homecoming for me. I started my career in the environmental field, and I believe I'm still an environmentalist at heart, even though I'm working on a broader spectrum of development. So this feels like homecoming for me. Perhaps, Shoni, very few issues in the world divide opinion more than what to do with the future of biodiversity. And it is not surprising that this is the case, because biodiversity is life, and biodiversity reflects how we are going to survive as a species. And perhaps two examples could really bring it home that I've encountered in my own career. In a place not so far from here in the Limpopo Basin, 18 million. That's the number of people who are dependent upon the Limpopo Basin, including companies, mining companies that are producing goods and services that sustain us. The Limpopo Basin is under threat. And unless we find ways of financing the future of biodiversity within the upper streams of the Limpopo Basin, we have a problem on our hands. Now, much of the Limpopo Basin is looked after by poorer communities. They too want to have a living. They too deserve a living. That's as much as we do here. So what do we do? 6 years ago, I was sitting in Washington, D.C. when an article was published. A poacher who had gone into Kruger National Park and was chasing after rhinos got trampled over by an elephant and died. His remains were eaten by lions. Again, I remember vividly that when that happened, we were having lunch and the issue became, what was he doing there? And some who have never interacted with the very difficult issues that poor communities face in Africa were tempted to reach the conclusion that it's probably his fault. Again, that example illustrates the very difficult issues that we face when we're looking after biodiversity. So what do we do? It's a good question that you're asking. For us, it's probably a financing issue as much as it is a moral and political issue of what do we do with biodiversity. On the example of the Limpopo Basin, it was probably 13 years ago when I first started my work here in South Africa, with Start South Africa actually, when we met and we were doing the first water accounts. Part of the problem is that we do not have very good tools that can mediate our relationship with nature, but also our relationship between each other, insofar as biodiversity is concerned. So it is very good that Start South Africa has been doing this work around natural capital accounting and how we account for water that we use. Now, much of this water might be saying made by nature, but we are not actually paying for water. We're paying for the infrastructure that delivers the water to us. The value of this water is not included in what we pay. And that is a problem. That is why poorer communities are not able to derive value from the water here. What if, Shoni, what if we could reach a consensus as people who depend on this water, that we are going to find a way for some of us to pay whatever it costs this water, so we can take the money back to people who are looking after the ecological infrastructure that enables the water to be delivered to us. In the case of rhino and elephants, we've seen some examples from Rwanda and other countries who are trying to use NFTs, non-fungible tokens, to enable people who might be in the United States or Europe to participate in the costs of looking after wildlife in Africa. They too think that wildlife is important. We need to give them a way of paying for the costs of that wildlife. And we are very excited by what we are seeing around NFTs and other ways of paying for wildlife in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maxwell, and also the example that you gave and suggestions on how we move forward on this matter. Candice, from Sustainable Finance Coalition perspective, the role of NGOs in facilitating access to innovative sustainable finance, and also the role of incentives. If you can just key points in 3 minutes.
Thanks, Shawnee. And observing all the protocols, it's a great honor to be here to talk about sustainable finance. And as the lead of the Sustainable Finance Coalition, we really do focus on creating targeted and tailor-made finance solutions at their point of impact. And I think Max explained it so well, the complexity around the problems we're facing in landscapes and seascapes, problems that involve biodiversity, people, and economic considerations. And the role of sustainable finance is really critical as an enabler to begin addressing those problems and creating long-term solutions that are enduring and sustainable so that we can see thriving naturescapes and thriving people. So really, I love to think about finance as that critical fuel to get us where we need to go. And I think our Honourable Minister Creasy explained and articulated our imperatives around this so crucially this morning. But in order to achieve those goals and reach those objectives, that roadmap and that direction that we're moving in, we require different sources of sustainable finance, every source of sustainable finance that we can muster and every tool that we can garner to use at our disposal to achieve those objectives. And there's no silver bullet, there's no one size fits all. In actual fact, what we at the coalition believe, and this is something catalyzed out of Wilderness Foundation Africa and WWF, together with a multitude of partners across the private sector, public sector, and civil society, working together in a strategic manner to be able to address those finance gaps and be able to create those targeted finance solutions that are going to give us that enabler to be able to achieve our goals at the end of the day. And so something that we look at very specifically in developing new and innovative finance solutions is moving from an idea into something that can be incubated, implemented, and ultimately amplify that impact. We talk about finance a lot, we talk about different finance ideas, but how do we actually create those ideas and ensure that they're targeted at their point of impact so that we can achieve these ambitious goals? And South Africa is incredibly wealthy in ideas, wealthy in innovation, wealthy in an amazing array of people and biodiversity. And these are some of the strengths that we can use to address that big biodiversity finance gap that we all often talk about. Shawnee referred to it now, 700 billion US dollars per annum in finance that we need. That's 7 times as much as we currently have. And it's a reality that we face both at home, across the continent, and globally. So, how do we address that finance gap utilizing a targeted model and a strategic approach to creating finance solutions? We've done it in South Africa with tax incentives, both for protected areas as well as OECMs and threatened species. There's a building pipeline of impact and other related bonds on the horizon. Biodiversity credits are moving from an idea to an implementable solution. And importantly, there are a number of different funds that have been established and dedicated, water funds to the Green Outcomes Fund and many others. And yet we need to scale up those efforts. We need to have every tool, every finance solution, every different stakeholder and expert from every sector to pull together to be able to create as many different tools as possible. Not one single instrument is going to allow us to plug that finance gap and allow us to reach our ambitious goals. We need it all to come together. So the 3 key points that I really want the stakeholders in this room to take home around sustainable finance is, number 1, we are stronger together. We cannot do it alone or in isolation. Number 2, we need a strategic approach to move from ideas to implementation and impact. And number 3, we need to focus on the finance solutions that are really targeted at their point of impact.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Lebo from National Empowerment Fund. In the context of biodiversity economy and investment, what are you bringing into the space? What's on offer from your side?
Thank you. I think something we appreciate when we look at biodiversity is definitely linkages and how everything is connected. But we generally don't see the same appreciation when we look at some of the challenges that are out there. And to highlight some of them, specific market failures that we try and look at from the NEF's perspective are things like limited own capital. A lot of communities close to some of these biodiversity assets that we talk about don't have their own capital to develop infrastructure, as been mentioned, to look at how to test new ideas, to look at how to develop new products. In some cases, you also find situations where there's limited management skills, there's issues around finance, marketing, and even technical expertise. How do you label a bottle of water? What is the correct way? Is it mineral water or is it still water? That sort of level of thinking. There's also issues around affordable capital. How do you get truly affordable capital and friendly capital? I'd call it friendly capital because you're not trying to sink these businesses, but give them a real opportunity to get their foot in the doorway and participate and be included in this economy. And there's a host of other issues, even including issues around the bargaining power in our economy. because biodiversity doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's a part of our bigger economy. And we've got massive issues around the bargaining power for new entrants into that economy. And I was going to try and avoid speaking about Limpopo because it's going to start looking like everybody is from Limpopo today. But um, to to give a practical example about what I mean when I speak about linkages and seeing and connecting the different dots. Last year, we funded a business in the tourism transfer space, a tourism business. And to make a long story short, this year, the same business has launched a tour to the top of Mariepskop, close to Hoedspruit. And most of the people in this business, the employees, come from the community. The guide who has worked in this community for almost 20 years is an expert on that particular area, on the bird life in the area, on the plant life in the area. And for me, it clicked because I'd gotten the invitation around February when the guide was showing us um, an orchid that only blooms in February, March, once a year. And it is so rare that it doesn't even have a common name. And it clicked for me that even through funding tourism or tourism business, we are also touching on the biodiversity economy. A lot of the people who've asked for that sort of tour are again birders, but also a lot of scientists who want to see these rare birds and rare plant life on that sort of tour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lebo. Thank you. Thank you very much for that example as well. We want to move on to ask Mark, from a conservation funding experience that you have, what advice and opportunities would you want to share with the participants here on funding and accessing funding and how best and where in particular can they go in terms of direction to close this finance gap that we're talking about?
Shawnee, thank you very much for having me, and thanks to all the colleagues, and great to be here today. I think just sort of reflecting back on what we've heard this morning, the value of the situation that South Africa finds itself in, the development agenda that we have, and the fact that we need to grow our economy, create these opportunities to pull people out of poverty and create this strong rural economic development strategy. I just want to sort of see how that fits into the natural capital. So we know that South Africa, and we've heard today the wealth of biodiversity and the ecosystems and the ecosystem services that South Africa has. And it's about reframing perspectives. I think it's about looking at a paradigm shift that Minister Mgunu mentioned earlier. Often in the financial sector, we hear about, or just in general society, we hear about investment. We hear about investment into infrastructure, into built capital. We hear about investment into education. And we don't often hear about investment into nature. We often see that as a cost. It's a cost to maintain and manage these ecosystem services or this nature reserve. And that needs to change. It needs to change to an investment narrative. Dr. Snyman mentioned it earlier. We really need to see this as an investment, investing into natural capital, because by investing in it now, that will lead into those long-term returns that we see when we invest in our retirement capital, as an example. And so it's a lot of it is shifting that narrative, and as a sector to be able to reframe the language that we use and to be able to pitch ourselves in a space that shows that by investing in these ecosystems, we can continue to provide the benefits, the long-term benefits that will come from these ecosystems, be it direct through jobs and employment and opportunities, or be it indirect for general ecosystem services to our economies. Just sort of linking into the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy itself, we very clearly highlighted the enablers in that space. All four of those enablers are required to attract that investment or needing that investment. So The first one is really around policy. We need that enabling policy to encourage investment, but it also needs to align with other departments and other sectors. We need strong policy alignment, policy coherence, so that we're all, as a country, working towards this common agenda. We can't have conflicting, in a landscape, conflicting policies. And that's sort of especially important when we're talking to the scale that is required and talking to the mega living landscapes that the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy talks to. The second is around capacity. When we're talking to financiers, when we're talking to funders, we need the right language, we need the capacity, and we need to be able to sit around the same table and engage at the same level. Not necessarily asking for funding, but knowing that the value that we bring to the table in that space. The financial support is naturally sort of understood, and this is what Candice is referring to, these real sort of innovative solutions, and how do we pitch ourselves in that space. And then lastly, sort of around market access for communities, getting that strong transformation agenda. We need to be able to bring the finances in to overcome those barriers, to access capital, be able to set up businesses, but also important for communities to know the value of the assets and the capital that they sit on and that they are managing, so they have a stronger negotiating arm around the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Now we move on to Mr. Kolani Kiva on what financial support is required to sustain conservation and grow biodiversity economy, specifically in the context of areas that are under traditional leadership.
Thank you, Program Director. Mhlambe maniqale ndithi molweni ententeni. To the ministers, the MECs, as well as our esteemed traditional leaders. We have the chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders present here and his deputy, as well as the national officials of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa. The compatriots of South Africa who are here in large numbers, I greet you this afternoon on behalf of the Institution of Traditional Leadership in South Africa. Good afternoon. Well, ours is to say the financial support is the major need insofar as biodiversity is concerned in South Africa. And I'm sure you will all agree that with the institution of traditional leadership being in the margins of society, the summit like this seeks to bring the center to the periphery, and also to bring the periphery into the center, to the extent that we, as the people who come from the rural communities of South Africa, we want to see a meaningful participation of our people in the biodiversity economy, in the entire value chain, not just in a piecemeal fashion. So how do we access finance? We want to say that the department, as an organ of the state, has made a very clear demonstration on its commitment, which demonstrates the political will on the part of the leadership of the country. But it must not only end there, because we know the historical issues. There has to be grant funding, which is associated with an initiative of this nature. Secondly, the developmental partners must come into the equation. We believe that we cannot say that there isn't enough money out there, but we believe that we can start from somewhere. So combining grants, secondly, money that comes from developmental partners, wherein they must come and partner with our people in their communities. The third aspect, if we are to talk about an inclusive growth and a transformed biodiversity in the country, we ought to bring an instrument that is going to compel that to happen so that we can see it propelling it forward. One of the ways that you can do that is to come up with something similar to a charter for the biodiversity. The MEC of Limpopo, Comrade Rogers, was saying here, 70% of the Kruger manifest within the boundaries of the Limpopo province. I just wonder, MEC, in terms of the lodges, for instance, that you might have in the Kruger, how many are really empowered in the sense that our communities, particularly people who come from the historically disadvantaged communities, are participants there? We will continue to ask that question unless we begin to say, let's audit as to who owns what where in this space, and then how do we make sure that our people participate in a manner that is clearly transformed. That is what we require. And secondly, because of time, I want to make an example. Our people in the countryside own, OWN, millions of livestock, which are cattle, goats, and sheep in the majority of cases. But ask yourself a question. Does any of these communities have a taxidermy which must process those hides and skins? No, they are not there. They sit elsewhere closer to the city centers. Why? Because to set it up, it is a capital intensive operation. Therefore, we must be deliberate, intelligent, and intentional, and say, let's make sure that in each and every center of a rural province, we have a taxidermy which is owned by our people. Because we slaughter cattle every weekend, and we throw those things away because there is no instrument to process them. This is just one example that I'm making. Otherwise, if we are given time, we can go to town insofar as this. And I want to make one example, the last one, very, very last one. There is a place in Port St. John's, which is an area which is earmarked to develop a new city. There is a place there which is a natural phenomenon called Isinuka. It has a combination of spring water. It has a combination of clay, which is used as the ointment that heals and repairs the faces and the skins of the people. And thirdly, it has a natural Vicks. In the absence of the best term, I will use Vicks, where people can inhale and it heals their system. This place has never been developed throughout, and yet it has a potential of becoming a monumental area which can create pilgrimage for the peoples of the world to come there and get healed. But it requires investment. And that's why I'm emphasizing the issue of grant funding. With grant funding, you can go to town. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You could see I couldn't stand up for obvious reasons. There are many traditional leaders that are here. Lest I be fined. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. Let's move on to Peace Parks Foundation. Mr. Colin Potius, your perspective on these matters, and based on the experiences that you have, Peace Parks Foundation working with protected areas in one form or another, what are the partnership opportunities and resource opportunities from a financial resource perspective in that regard for biodiversity economy or growing biodiversity economy?
Thank you, Shawnee, and thank you to the ministers and dignitaries and all protocol observed. Yes, so what we're talking about here today is, on this panel, is closing the funding gap. And as a couple of the panel members have mentioned, that gap, the required funding is around about $800 billion per year. We're currently at about $160 billion a year. So the funding gap is closed when the funding available is greater than the funding need. Now, to put it in context, the total third-party funds under management globally is about $110 trillion, and the total debt market last 2023 was $150 trillion. So we're talking less than 1% of those global markets, equity capital markets and debt capital markets is required. But still, we've got a funding gap. And the question that we have to ask is why? Why do we have that funding gap? And my colleague alluded to that earlier, is there's a dual problem. One is implementation. Are we doing it well? And the second is communication. Are we telling people that we're doing it well? So if you go into the exhibition hall, there's some fantastic little businesses there. Taxidermy is one of them. Some honey, some oil, that kind of thing. In Peace Parks, we have many landscapes and many community engagement programs with various sequence of these. And for various reasons, they're not profitable. Access to market's a big one, logistics, cold chain, all that kind of stuff, which is capital intensive and requires a level of grant funding to get you to the point. But once you get to the point, it needs to carry on. And that is a question of execution. So my advice to those entering into it and seeking to attract that capital, which is available, is out there, is there's three things you need to think about. One is you need to define your need. What is your product? What exactly are you getting in return? And Dr. Snyman referred to it previously. There are multiple beneficial outcomes for the work, be it biodiversity, climate, water, gender programs, health programs, etc. Define what it is, put a value to it, work it out. The second is that point, what is it worth? And the worth is dependent on who's funding. Some people are more interested in water programs like Coca-Cola, or some would be more interested in biodiversity, etc. So look at your customers. That's the third component. Look at your customers and say, stratify them. So those are the three ways I'd look at it. We've touched on the various funding structures. There's amazing stuff happening, beautiful capital structures, funds, project finance, biodiversity credits, carbon credits, direct investments, all sorts of things. But unless you've got a good business, that money is not going to come in. So that access piece that we were talking about, define your need, put a value to it, and stratify your customers. And just to comment on the customers, there's this emerging incentive packet which is coming up. We've touched on regulatory, for example. There are incentives from a tax perspective. There are also penalties. So for non-compliance, there's a lot of regulation happening in EU at the moment, which is forcing directors to put a price on it and say, geez, it's more expensive not to do this. So target that, attract that capital which is seeking a home, and make it easy for them. Customers, so those people will only get revenue from their customers if they're biodiversity compliant. So give them a solution. Shareholders and stakeholders, those stakeholders will only support your business if they are it is biodiversity compliant. Retention of key staff, internal, and finally the business imperative. Coca-Cola, for example, is looking at a water fund in Kenya because it's cheaper to get natural water than to go and pipe it in. So those are really the key takeaways for me. It's about getting that business proposition right. The capital will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. Now we'll move to the last panelist. We will be opening the floor for questions and contributions. We'll take only 4 immediately after the last panelist here. Ms. Adri, speaking on behalf of wildlife industry, specifically custodians of professional hunting and conservation in South Africa, in that wildlife sector, including hunting and other activities associated with that in that whole value chain. What are the opportunities that are there in terms of the available resources, or funding or financial resources, and opportunities for growing biodiversity economy on the basis of your experiences and your analysis? Adri, continue.
Thank you, Shawnee. And also acknowledgement to the ministers, the MECs, the traditional leaders, all dignitaries, and all protocol observed. Thank you for introducing me. As from being the industry, I'm not a financier, I'm not in the financial world, but my perspective today will be from the wildlife industry side, and more specifically from the sustainable utilization side, and with that I include specifically fair chase trophy hunting. So if we look at the available sources and resources for our industry, and I want to say that the only sustainable resource for our wildlife is the sustainable utilization of wildlife. It's been proven people from all across the world want to visit South Africa, either for an ecotourism experience or for a hunting experience. It's been proven through our conservation success model over the past 8 decades. So, and it is time now that we can transfer that and use that for new entrants, for communities, for previously disadvantaged individuals, where the private sector currently sit with a client base. The new entrants communities have the land, they have the wildlife, or they'll probably get the wildlife and financing from sandparks and financial institutions. The private sector currently have the client base. So the way that we can continue with this conservation success model is by joint ventures between private sector and the new entrants. But I cannot talk about finance of our industry or our sector if I do not unfortunately point out the gaps. So I have referred now to new entrants or communities receiving wildlife from sandparks through the benefit system. But we have to remember that they need certain permits before they can operate. They need a certificate of adequate enclosure after they've spent a lot of money of putting their fences up. And whereas that normally took 2 to 3 months, I've heard yesterday of an instance where it took 2 years. Now give a community the wildlife, but it cannot operate because they don't have a license. They don't have a permit. So we need to look at that. It's also not a scheme that can work immediately. If they get their wildlife, it takes 8 years maybe before they can do trophy hunting. 11 years with buffalo. So it's a timeless process. But about additional financial resources, access to capital. Access to capital from commercial banks, yes, they can apply. The potential new entrant as a game farmer or whatever business down the value chain, they can apply. But we must remember that game farmers do not qualify for the same finance support from commercial banks because wildlife, game, is being seen as high risk. So similarly, drought relief periods when wildlife ranchers need to apply for assistance. So we need to open up that access to capital, especially for new entrants. It's good enough to have a piece of land and wildlife in the beginning, but you need to generate an income to reinvest back into that community area or into that piece of land. So the mechanisms or the funding mechanisms currently available to our industry, and the minister pointed out this morning that it's a key function, the funding. Sitting here today takes me back very much to the biolab that we had in 2016. And out of that biolab, there were a lot of goals, beautiful transformation goals, financing goals, plans. There were unfortunately no guarantees. So to me, and I'm sure the wildlife industry will agree with me, the surest thing to make the biodiversity sector sustainable is with a value to be utilized through sustainable utilization. And I'm referring to fair chase hunting, trophy hunting, and ecotourism. And then incentivizing, Mr. Program Director, I just need to quickly do this. We need to incentivize those businesses who focus on the environment, promoting conservation and biodiversity conservation. I don't need to tell you the story of rhino owners. I can tell the story of a much smaller animal, the oribi, that's being conserved and protected by landowners. Incentives could be tax breaks, it could be deductions, it could be a special line of credit, a green deal, where somebody entering this market can obtain credit at a more reasonable cost. Issuing of permits. I'm sure there's going to be another session this afternoon and they're going to touch on it. So to grow the biodiversity, and this is my last point, how do we grow the biodiversity economy? The current situation is proven. We've got a problem with the issuing of permits. We've got a problem with an enabling environment. And I'm not saying we should change the legislation. I'm not saying we should change regulations. But what I do say, the government has got partners. Partner with the private sector, partner with the organizations representing the game farmers, the professional hunters, the hunting outfits, the taxidermists. Partner with us that we can assist with the issuing of permits through self-administration. We've got the expertise. If the ordinances don't allow it, we can do it. Possibly we can find ways. If Eskom could find partners to take themselves forward, we can find partners so that somebody doesn't wait for 3 months for translocation permit, 2 years for a CAE permit. We are ready, we've got the expertise and we've got the capacity. We do not want to take away the employment from the people in the nature conservation offices. They need to be there. There's a lot that they can pay their attention to, but partner with us through a self-administration process. I'm sure there will be much more shared from our industry in a later session this afternoon. I would have loved to carry on with this. But yes, I think we've got a few ideas and we would love to partner with you to create that enabling and effective regulatory environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adri, for those inputs. I'm opening the floor for any question directed to one of the panelists. You will have to indicate who that is, but if it's a general question that can be responded to by any one of them, we'll be able to direct it as such. I am not seeing hands, DG, on this side. This side, I'm not. I see a hand that side. Mr. Matibe, if you can assist there. I think there are mics closer to the aisle there. Are there any other hands to recognize? There's another hand that side. So we recognized 2. Any other? So we'll take those 2. Oh, there's another one at the back there. So just walk closer to the mic, either on your left or your right, somewhere, and then we'll take these 3 questions one after another, and then we'll get the responses from our panel, if we can start. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I wanted to find out from the panelists in front, what criteria do you require for us to qualify for financial assistance? You mentioned that we need to be in line with the correct wording as well as the correct requirements that you have. Do you have a template perhaps of how we can make sure that we comply with what you require for us to receive financing or assistance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had another hand that side. Do introduce yourself as you pose a question. Okay, we'll go there.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucky Mkasi from Bushbuckridge, representing Bushbuckridge Crafts, which is a leather manufacturing factory plus leather craft work. Mine is just a humble please, not a question. Ogoti, please. I don't know who can assist us removing the red tapes. We are from deep rural communities where there's a high rate of unemployment, but the skill is there. So please unlock funds, especially for the disadvantaged Black businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was a third hand somewhere. Oh, yes. Move to the mic there.
Good
Continue.
afternoon.
My name is Simon Mafera. I come from Limpopo, from Chiwura CPA. I just want to make an appeal or perhaps to present a question with regard to funding. The way funding is actually structured, it is meant to favor those who are already advanced, those who already have. If you are actually coming from the disadvantaged communities, the criteria which is set up particularly for communities where you will be expected to meet certain requirements, and particularly when it comes to funding from the private sector, in most cases they expect to get something in return. And if you are not able to prove that they will be able to benefit, they may not be interested in helping you. And sometimes if they see that there is a risk in terms of your lack of skills, in terms of um, running the particular business, they move away. And unfortunately, most of the previously disadvantaged communities do not even qualify to go and perhaps use the land as security for the loans and so on that they can make. And perhaps that's the first part. What is it that can be done to make things easier for the previously disadvantaged to succeed? The second one is the kind of funding that comes from either from government or from NGOs and so on, perhaps in the form of grants and so on. I have come to realize that you only, or they prefer to only fund based on what they have. If you've got a business plan that is actually requiring you to have 1 million in order to be able to take off, they may come to you and say, we can only give you 10,000. So to me, it's like if you want to have a bus that will ferry people from point A to point B, you buy me 2 tires and say, go and make a plan. Make sure that the business is running. Uh, yeah, we are funded like you are funding a spaza shop, whereas we are supposed to develop a supermarket. And you can't have a supermarket where you only have a bakery and you do not have other departments. If you are to open a business, it must be able to provide all that is needed. And unfortunately, the way it is done, even if you are promised, say, 10 million or 20 million, it takes 4 to 5 years for you to get the first 10,000 for that out of that 10 million that you need. And by the time you get it, the prices have gone up. By the time you get it, your potential clients or market has dwindled and so on. Can we perhaps develop a strategy wherein if we are to be funded, we are completely funded, is total funding, so that the business is able to take off? We shouldn't create a situation wherein we have to like continue depending on grants and so on. If you fund a project, let it be funded and let that project be monitored so that it grows. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are not directing to any, if you can just take any of the. Okay, Lebo.
I think I'll give it a shot. I won't speak to just our organization, but to funders in general. And I think one of the panelists already spoke a little bit about what funders are actually looking for. And in general, you're looking to see whether there's an actual product or service. Can this person describe its features? And as the person starting the business, we put a lot of effort into different things. But when you now have a conversation with a funder, it needs to then be framed in a way that it addresses the specific needs and concerns that a funder would have. So going back to it again, it's the product. Can you describe the product in detail? And when you look at something like that, it's the same as what you'd call a specification. So again, we spoke about water, and I was saying It can't just be bottled water. You need to say, is it prepared water? Is it mineral water? There's specific standards for that. And for me, it's a difficult one because working quite close with communities, you can see the challenges that are there and the amount of support that's required to get to that level. But again, in some of the spaces that you want to participate in, like bottled water, you would be required to conform or meet those specific standards for the kind of business that you want to have. Another really important one is then looking at um, the market or your customer. If you can actually show us who the customer is or speak to a customer, not an individual, but in some cases, again, if you're looking at serving a broad customer base, this is where some sort of high level study or a bit of research can be done, so that we understand who are you trying to serve. And this causes a lot of frustration again with a lot of SMEs. But what that does, especially for a startup, it shows that the product that you are taking to market, there is a market for it. And most importantly, the third thing that is critical for most funders, it's that somebody is willing to pay for it. So there are some commercial terms. And again, the challenges again are challenges of information and understanding in some cases as well, in that commercial space, how things would be conducted. So in our case, what we'd usually say is, if you don't have commercial terms, if you don't know when this person will pay you for the product, you don't have a customer yet. So it has to be at that sort of level of detail. And you then need to go and look at specific funders that you are targeting. And in our landscape in the country, we do have the different sort of levels of funders from the state side. So this would be a CEDA, CIFA, it would be the NYDA, it would be the NEF. And if you're looking at those ones, the IDC as well, depending on the size of the project that you're looking at, you'd need to then engage with them and better understand what their requirements are. And there's definitely a lot of work to be done in terms of collaboration, looking at these different organizations and seeing how do we better support communities, how do we better support SMEs. And the experience that I've had is that in a lot of um, the areas with all of these biodiversity assets that we're speaking about today, those are the entrepreneurs that need the most support. It's the deals or it's the opportunities that need a lot of input and they need a lot of collaboration. And the ones that we've worked with, specifically in Mpumalanga, it needs collaboration beyond a funder. It needs somebody who's going to explain EIAs if there's one required, and go really in depth into those sort of items. Look at specific issues around specifications on products, certification on products, but also providing again what I spoke about earlier, the linkages not just for business, but to say, how can we as a funder, in our case, connect you to those people who can provide you that sort of support, because they are in the room today. And I think that's where the big win is for everybody who's attending today. Most of the sectors that are covered by the biodiversity economy, you will find those people in this room today, and most of them would be able to guide you specifically on some of the challenges you are having in moving your funding application forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sebo. Mark?
Shawnee, yeah, maybe just to add, and I can't necessarily answer the questions, but these are some of these topics are a big issue. And so just for clarification, we're not a fund, we're not a funder. Conservation Strategy Fund is an NGO that brings economic analysis, economic thinking into the conservation sector. But thinking about these problems, and Simon, you mentioned the need for capacity to be able to have, whether you applying for funding, whether it's for finance, whether it's for funding, to be able to write correctly and pitch correctly, that is a real challenge. And it's about how to bring the sort of need on the ground to a financier or a funder sort of who sits very far away from the issue. And I know that there's quite a bit of sort of good programs around capacity building. There's a program which the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment has submitted with another organization, Green Matters, to address some of those skills, to sort of address some of the scientific writing, address some of the well, not necessarily scientific, but just proposal writing and that to try and bridge those gaps. But I think it's always going to be a big one, and funders need to be aware of that. Colin also spoke about the sort of scale of the problem, and if we're talking small businesses, often the finance that is available is looking for to make a return. They need scale. They need a number of different businesses together, and I think that sort of collaboration that was mentioned, the collective action that this is all sort of under. The department has set up the Biodiversity Investment Portal. These are sort of marketplaces that try and bring these things together. But we, as the sector, also need to sort of help to package a number of different opportunities together to be able to achieve the scale that the finance world is looking for. So maybe just sort of how do we, as the sector, sort of try and address that, because that is a major hurdle.
Thank you very much, Mark. Max, let's start with the Contralesa, and then you will be the last one.
No, thank you. I think I would prefer that in a conference like this, especially that it's the first of its kind, which is focused on wanting to do what it wants to do, is to come up with proposals. We know the experiences of our communities, the difficulties and bottlenecks which are associated with bureaucracy and so on. That gentleman is asking a specific question, that he says that there is no way that we can meet the requirements given the stringent regulations and everything that is associated with that. So I know, for instance, that in the arts and culture sector, there are funding institutions which are specific, which have opened up funding for that fraternity to access funds which are specific to their terrain. Similarly, I think something like that is required here, because the NEF has been in existence for time immemorial, and you find that the NEF, the IDC, the PIC, their focus on funding is more on mega projects, sometimes it's malls and so on and so forth. Here, in order for our people to get what they want to get, is to come up with a specialized form and focused funding that talks to biodiversity. And you must simplify even the form of application, because the forms, if you look at the form and you look at the approach, it becomes very academic, and that only certain town fellows can access it. And you find that they tap into this fund and that fund and that fund, one company, and yet our people cannot even access one institution for funding. So I think as part of the resolutions to this summit, we need to come up with a focused funding that is going to assist, especially those that are at entry level, access funding. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't agree more with you. So it's like you took some of the words out of my mouth. The crux of the issue is this: capital markets are not working for people who are in rural areas, people who are on the margins of the economy. Not just in rural areas, but even in cities, capital markets are not working. And it's not a surprise that they are not working. If you're working for a bank, if you're working on the stock exchange, it's much easier to just give your money to an established business. And when they come to rural areas, the risk profiling is so cumbersome, because they use the same risk profiling that they use in the city for a big business. They use it for someone who's in the rural areas. It's not a surprise that banks do that, because banks are also regulated by international regulations, like the Basel regulations, which require them to do that. So if we are going to go around this, I think banks are not the right place to look at. We need to establish another fund that will lower down the risk profiling to enable people in the rural areas to access that money. The second thing that we need to do is to enable communities to actually own these resources in such a way that we can or they can securitize the resources and go to the market to borrow money. At the moment, few communities can do that because there are no cash flows that they can say, you know, here is a cash flow that's going on for the next 10 years. We can design an instrument that securitizes it and take it to the market. And that is a regulatory problem. So we need to work with regulators to make sure that communities actually own these resources in such a way that they can securitize them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panel as they move. We really appreciate your time and also all the inputs that you put through. Interesting indeed. I will ask the DDG, Flora, to come and give announcements. And thank you very much for all your engagements throughout this session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the facilitator and the speakers. So the arrangements for lunch are as follows. We are already running late, so we request that we take lunch now. We've got two venues. One is at OR Tambo, which is where we are also doing the accreditation for registered delegates. And the other venue is called Serengeti, which will be on the right-hand side, I think, from here. But there are ushers that will lead you there. So we will take lunch between now and 2:30. If we can be back in plenary by 2:30. Minister is inviting MECs and these plenary speakers to international, which is where we had the briefing this morning for lunch. The Abondabe Zita, Portia, can you please stand up and walk with Bondabe Zita? Portia and Prince will lead you to your dedicated space where you will be having lunch. So Portia will take Abondabe Zita, all of them to where they will be having lunch. Here is Portia and Prince. They will do that. We just also want to announce that accreditation is still open and that conference packs will only be collected once accreditation is done, and conference packs are available at OR Tambo. The business networking session, which is a parallel session to this one, will be taking place at Marco Polo, and Kwena is the Asha who will lead you there, and the Chief Executive of South African National Parks will be the facilitator. That session on business networking is open to project owners and developers and investors, and it will also start at 2:30 also. Thank you very much.
From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, fresh water, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft Natural Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely, to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft Natural Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. The key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft Natural Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024.
Honorable, this diary. Yeah. Thank you. No, no, no. The pen is fine. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which
Okay, shall we start? Can we start, please? This is a difficult session when everyone is full. Some will be sleeping, some are making noise, but let's try. Greetings to everyone. I think in the interest of time, you have seen that courtesy of CEO Sanbi, we're starting very late because he took all our time. So let's recognize everyone who's present and say we observe everyone here who's here. So you are all protocolized. So there's no need to acknowledge specific individuals. But let me take this opportunity to introduce my panel. We understand that the minister will be here with us soon. But with us here in the panel, we have Ugogo Unomsa Sbego. who represents Nature Speaks and Heals. We've got Ms. Yolan Friedman from EWT. Yes. And we also have Dr. Jean Harris from Wild Trust. We also have Nkosi Tembe, who is the chairperson of the board, but also a traditional leader. We also have Dr. Monet Duplis from WWF. And we also have Mr. Loisa Panzo, Fish South Africa. We're going to hear a lot about fish today. Nkosi Siyatlolo is coming. And we also have Mr. Eric Telezi from the Babanango Game Reserve. There you are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thanks for coming. As we know, our topic today is about leveraging biodiversity-based features to scale inclusive growth in seascapes and in sustainable conservation land use. So that is what we're dealing with. And let's appreciate those who were here before us, who really gave us a very good start. We heard from the minister, and I think it was very clear that we need to be doing conservation very differently. We heard about the white paper, we heard about all the strategies that are in place. But I think it will be imperative that before we start, we contextualize so that my panelists also would understand and we all appreciate where we are coming from. Because when you're driving a vehicle, you must also look at the back as you are looking forward and on the sides as well. We must appreciate the fact that conservation has for a very long time been exclusive in its operation. And that unfortunately has caused animosity and the lack of buy-in from the communities because it created a situation of us and them, especially between conservation practitioners or conservation authorities and the communities living adjacent to these areas. Conservation has, for that reason, been seen to be non-responsive to socio-economic conditions which are affecting communities, especially issues of unemployment, poverty, and the inequality which has been spoken about for a long time now. Now, the big question that is always posed in all our efforts, in all our strategies, is the question of relevance of conservation to the people. How is conservation going to be made relevant and to respond to the issues that we are talking about? We also appreciate the issues of the climate change, which caused and is causing issues of species and habitat loss. We experience the issues of the financial challenges that we have, as we know from the National Treasury. These are all the challenges that we have. But it all boils down to the fact that the history that we have as conservation has created something called a trust deficiency between communities, especially, and the conservation authorities. So if there's anything that we need to do to change or to do or to come to this paradigm shift, we need to, in baby steps, deal with issues of rebuilding this trust. And that's where our focus is going to be. How are we going to do this? Because the landscapes that we're talking about, the targets that we want to achieve in terms of land under conservation, we are talking about the issue of 20 million hectares that is currently under conservation, and our target is 34 million by 2040, which basically means that we have 4.2 million under formal protection in terms of government, and 10 million private or other forms of conservation, private as well as community owned. Now, bulk of the land, which is also suitable for conservation, is in private as well as communal land. Now, if you want these pieces of land to assist or to contribute in the attainment of these objectives, we need to be building this trust so that communities can also say, this is how we can benefit. But also we do trust that when we work with conservation authorities or with the conservation fraternity, we can rely on them because there will be benefits that will accrue to us as communities, and it will indeed contribute in changing the socio-economic conditions that they find themselves. So these are the issues that we are dealing with. And we've heard from a number of speakers here that there is a lot that needs to be covered around the space. I will allow my panelists to, oh, thank you. Our Honorable Minister has now arrived. You are welcome, Minister. So I will allow, maybe first, with your permission, Minister, if you are ready, because I understand you also have time issues, that you speak first, and then we will come back to the program and carry on with the panelists. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director Bukosini. Let me start by greeting, I don't know whether she's here, Minister Chrissy, all senior government officials and heads of public entities who are here, representatives of national and provincial government, as well as representatives of various international, regional, and national organizations, our distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Sanibonani. Dumelang. I wish to apologize that I will speak and go, not because I think I am important, but because I have got other commitments that I had actually made that I need to attend to. I do regard this function as a very important conference, which needs to look at a number of issues that we have to do. But I've made an arrangement that Mr. Patel from the Department of Science and Innovation will remain and join the panelists here, so as to be able to engage from the standpoint of our department. I'm very delighted to be addressing this very important platform, the National Biodiversity Indaba. The importance of biodiversity cannot be overemphasized, particularly its conservation and sustainable use. As a country, we are ranked third amongst the most biodiverse countries in the world, after Brazil and Indonesia. Our country occupies 2% of the world's land area, but is home to nearly 10% of its plants and 7% of its reptiles, birds, and mammals. We have 8 biomes, each with distinctive fauna and flora. We boast 3 internationally recognized biodiversity hotspots: the Cape Flora Kingdom, the succulent Karoo, and the Maputaland Pondoland corridor. Our country's seas, which includes portions of 3 oceans, the Atlantic, the Indian, and the Southern Ocean, include an exceptional range of habitats from cool water kelp forests to tropical coral reefs. This wealth of biodiversity underpins a large proportion of our economy, and many urban and rural people are directly dependent on it for their livelihoods, jobs, food, shelter, medicines, and spiritual well-being. I want to share with you this afternoon the number of things that our Department of Science and Innovation is doing to support the mandate of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment. For instance, we have a very strong, I'm pleased to say, and high-level bilateral agreement with DFFE on broad issues that include climate change focus. Some of the specific focus areas include atmospheric pollution, marine oceans and coasts, natural resource management, science-based evidence for policymaking, and so on. We use this bilateral relationship not only to promote our own work, but also to contribute to the environmental protection and management work program of the DFFE. My department also provides a broad range of support through various policy and strategic instruments, as well as targeted programs and initiatives that seek to facilitate knowledge generation and exploitation for the development products and services for socio-economic development of South Africa. Information about species, including their distribution, role in ecosystem, and interaction with other species, whether they are harmful or useful, is also fragmented, by the way, which is a challenge that we face for most species as has not been coordinated or compiled. I hope that this gathering will help to contribute towards addressing this weakness. But to address this problem, my department consolidated its investments in biodiversity research into a single but impactful program, and this is important, which we refer to as the Foundational Biodiversity Information Program. This program came into being in 2013 and is essentially a network of various entities and universities hosted and implemented by the South African National Biodiversity Institute, SANBI, and forms part of the broader global change research portfolio, which is managed by our entity, the National Research Foundation. For those who may not be fully aware of the National Research Foundation, it takes 40% of our 8 billion budget as the Department of Science and Innovation. So anything supported by the NRF, it means its support is something that we regard as very important. Our department is one of the role players who are expected to contribute also to what we call Operation Pakisha Biodiversity Economy through new and existing initiatives in the bioprospecting, biosafety, foundational biodiversity information. To address the challenges relating to access and benefit sharing measures by any third party who accesses indigenous knowledge, generic resources, and or both, my department also has programs focusing on traditional and indigenous knowledge systems to promote bioprospecting. Ngesintu, inyanga zakithi zinolwazi oluningi ngemithi, nezitshalo, nezinye izinto zakithi eziyimilelayo. Kufunakala sisebenzisane ngokubambisana nalolu lwazi oluseyinyangeni zakithi ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sivikele lokho okubalulekile kuthina, sibuye sithole namakhambi amasha abesingazi ukuthi akhona. Sengikhuluma-ke noma ngabe ngoba nami uNzimande ongizalayo kwakuyinyanga owasikhulisa asigcaba, sichatha, sincinda, siphalaza, senza zonke izinto. Sengiyayibona manje lento yokubaluleka kwale mithi ayisebenzisa ukuthi kukhona ulwazi olukhona lapha. Namhlanje ngangingazi ukuthi ngonikwa lo mnyango ukuze ngikwazi ukuthi ngisebenze nezinyanga zakithi ukuthi sithole ulwazi olusha. Our other DSI-funded programs that are aimed at contributing to biodiversity sector include the South African Environmental Observation Network, Alliance for Collaboration on Climate and Earth Systems, and the South African Risk and Vulnerability Atlas. We have also put in place a number of institutional measures as the Department of Science and Innovation that seek to enable research and development improve both state and institutional capabilities, and stimulate innovations in various fields, including biodiversity. Equally important is our country's role in the study, utilization, and preservation of biodiversity on the global stage. Given the nature and the extent of our biodiversity, as South Africa, we are, by virtue of that, an international player. I hope that this gathering continues to recognize that, so that insofar as science and innovation in relation to biodiversity, we must not just be consumers of knowledge that comes from other countries, but we must also be producers of knowledge to also help the rest of the world on matters of biodiversity. That is very important. Now, in 2001, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility came into being as an intergovernmental initiative whose overall mission is to enable free and universal access to biodiversity information for science, society, and a sustainable future. So this Global Biodiversity Information Facility now boasts of more than 110 participants, including 50 voting countries participants. To date, the network has mobilized more than 350 million records, encompassing more than 300 institutional data publishers. So what I've mentioned are some of the interventions that our department has made. But also let me further mention a few more. That as a Department of Science and Innovation, we are also promoting greater understanding of our own country's biodiversity and how best to use it sustainably. One of the things that is crucial in this regard is the need to foster a culture of sharing of experiences, learnings, and research done in biodiversity sector, but both public and private institutions. What is important here is that this is also operating within our belief in open science. We can only advance knowledge in biodiversity if we are also guided by open science, which seeks to share information rather than those countries that are better off hiding knowledge on biodiversity, such that developing countries as ours do not get access to that information. That must come to an end. We cannot protect global biodiversity unless we are able to also share knowledge as the global community. That is why it pleases me that as a department, we are at a critical stage of both firming up detailed plans for some of the science, technology, and innovation priorities and societal grand challenges, which are actually contained in our decadal plan for science, technology, and innovation. Our decadal plan is a 10-year plan on science, technology, and innovation, which critically includes matters relating to the environment as well as climate change. In conclusion, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the discussions at this Indaba must give impetus to, amongst others, the finalization and implementation of our sectoral science, technology, and innovation plans, and help us to identify potential sources for funding augmentation. I wish to once again emphasize the fact that for our country, the biodiversity sector provides much needed livelihoods, such as food and fiber, sources of nutrition, firewood, and ecosystem services to most communities in South Africa. And by the way, what I would like to underline, biodiversity, as I'm saying here, is very important for food security. But also, food security on its own is not enough. We must now be struggling as people interested in biodiversity for both food and nutritional security. You can eat a lot of food, but junk food. And the issue of nutrition must also be placed at the center of what we are about when it comes to matter of food. So it can't just be food security, it must be food and nutritional security. And our biodiversity has got a big role to play in that regard. We must therefore ensure that in addition to enhancing the scientific knowledge base on the world's biodiversity resources, we must also be intentional about using such scientific knowledge to protect indigenous communities from powerful and often predatory multinational interests. And what is important, by the way, is that science does not come from only the high end of research, PhDs, postdoctoral. All those are important for science, but also science is at the grassroots level. We must always aim to understand that. With these words, thank you very much for inviting us. I wish you a productive Indaba and look forward to the outcomes of your deliberations so that they are able to inform the work that we are doing in the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. Sicela ukuthi-ke nixoxe kahle ngoba le ndaba enizoyixoxa noma sesihambile siyafuna ukuzizwa ukuthi niqhamuke naziphi iy'nqumo ey'balulekile. Ngiyabonga, ngiyanebonga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Very profound indeed. Interestingly, I think you've said we need to not to be consumers of knowledge, but we also need to be producers of knowledge and share the knowledge. It's very interesting because a lot of people come into our areas, they learn a lot about what we do. Sometimes we don't even get to know what they have learned. So I think what you're saying is very important, and I think we must just give our Honorable Minister a round of applause again. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I think we will now give the opportunity to our members of the panel. I think we will start with Monet. And the question I think that you'll be addressing amongst, it's okay. The minister will be leaving as he indicated, so we will allow him to do so. So Monet, you'll be looking at what forms of enabling conditions should be put in place for biodiversity to be a key contributor to poverty alleviation and inclusive rural economic development. We understand that there is a project as WWF that you're dealing with in the Eastern Cape, the Grassland project, and there is immense and very exciting and encouraging work that you're doing there with both the commercial farmers as well as the communities on the ground. But if we look at the important things that you're doing, at the end of the day, they do contribute to what we're trying to achieve here as this Indaba. So can I please give it to you so that you can lead us on that one? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think when we talk about words like ecological services or ecosystem services, this sometimes becomes quite a vague concept. And I'd like to invite you to think about nature or biodiversity as a soccer team with its management and all the structures that makes it succeed, as opposed to a single player, a Ronwen Williams or a Percy Tau, because on their own, they cannot bring the trophy home. And so in the environmental context, when we talk about nature, we want to see the whole system, everything working together. So we've just come from lunch. 70% at least of the food on your plate was the result of an insect flying from one flower to another to pollinate. We don't think about that. That's ecosystem services. That's a team playing for us. That's a coaching team and all of the management structures working in order to produce food. We don't pay a cent for those services, but since I'm based in the Western Cape and I haven't heard that province mentioned today, the deciduous fruit industry, for example, is worth about 15 billion rand a year. Not a single one of those fruits will be produced if there isn't a bee carrying pollen from one flower to the other. So think about these silent services that sustain us. And then the one that's obviously most visible is water production and the supply, where nature gives us intact systems, give us the water that we use. Our economy is principally founded on the availability of water. No agricultural product, very few electrons will be generated if there wasn't water to enable that. We would not be able to exist. So water is the lifeblood of our economy. And I want to make the point by saying that is that the biodiversity economy is not a different economy. It is the economy, the only one. And inside that, we practice mining, we practice agriculture, fisheries, and all of the other sectors do their thing. So let's not put biodiversity economy aside as something different. WWF over the years, over more than a decade, perhaps close to 2 decades, has worked very closely with some communities in areas of biological importance, but also importance from a water production perspective. And we heard from Minister Mkhunu that 10% of our land surface area receives 50% of our rainfall. 1 in every 2 drops of rain that fall in South Africa fall in 10% of our land surface area. These are golden areas that we absolutely have to look after, and we simply have to look very carefully at trade-offs with other industries. And so in working with communities, some of the very leading work that was done in the very early days was with the Mgundeni community. Nkosi Mabaso Hlanguza is a pioneer in the biodiversity space. He and the Mgundeni community were the first ones to sign a biodiversity agreement with Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife. This is a partnership between the community and the state, facilitated by some other NGOs. WWF and many other NGOs do this work as well. Very, very important. So a case study was created there. And so subsequently, there have been a large number of other community property associations who've come to the table and signed biodiversity agreements. In the exhibition hall in the back corner, please go and look and find yourselves some of the brochures, the Bambanani community, the Ukutanda Ukukanya community, Tabametsi, etc. Somkanda and several other communities are there on display. And you can see what kind of speak to people who are closely involved to hear about the benefits that come out of these agreements and these arrangements. So, of course, I sit here, but my colleagues, Ayanda Kele and Dosi, as he's known, works very closely with those communities. In the Eastern Cape grasslands, Temanani and Sibande, Mzanyoka, he is the person who is currently leading a team that comprises several SANParks staff. So it's a very close association with SANParks, also with ECPTA. And we work very closely with our colleagues from national through to province, all the way down to the Joe Gabi district municipality. And this requires a lot of cooperation. So what is most important for communities is to see that there's some tangible benefits that comes from this kind of association. We can't just talk. Talk is very cheap. And so in this sense, connecting communities to markets, either through meat production or through wool production, is very important. And the Grasslands National Park, as it's envisaged, is a living landscape that includes a voluntary community participation, voluntary commercial farmer participation at a scale that's unprecedented in this country. This will play itself out over the next decades. And we really acknowledge the many other role players in those areas for the work that they do there as well. But there are many, many tangible benefits. And I think it's important that we take a look at the exhibition and speak to the communities and representatives and people there to hear firsthand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monet. Monet is from WWF, as I said. They're working in 6 continents. We've seen that you also work with 350 cities and countries, and you've got 1.3 million members. So wonderful job that you guys are doing. So let's now go to Telezi from Babanango Game Reserve. What we're wanting to do is to look at what should be the role of each stakeholder in the expansion of the conservation estate, as we were indicating that we've got more hectares of land that we need to bring under conservation if these objectives of the white paper are to be realized. And what do we consider to be the barriers to that contribution, and how can governance and participation of all stakeholders be transformed so that this can be realized? I think I will also allow you to talk a little bit about the Babanango, where you're coming from, what are the successes, the challenges that you've experienced, and what are your thoughts in terms of dealing with those challenges going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to greet the Minister, traditional leaders present, and all protocol observed. Sanibona nonke. I'm going to answer that very complex question by telling the story of our project in Babanango. I'm coming from Babanango, KZN. I think the first thing is the fact that we are all coming from a very previously disadvantaged communities. We've been involved in the industry, biodiversity, as employees or working for employers. And we've never had an opportunity to run the show ourselves. And as a result, this was seen as an enemy. Hence, there is a fight, or there has been a fight between the human beings and the nature conservation departments for quite a long time, whereby people were saying it seems as if the government is protecting animals more than the human beings. That is how we actually came to establishing Babanango Game Reserve as a project owned by the community. I would love to first start by saying, after the restoration of about 24,000 hectares of land to the Mkagweni community in 2007, we immediately decided that we, the people of Babanango who are previously disadvantaged, people that are the true outcomes of the former apartheid system, people that are mainly uneducated, unskilled, and therefore unemployable. But we decided that we want to contribute and be part of the economy of the country. Hence, we started thinking about what can we do, or how can we use our land to sustain the lives of the people of Babanango, those that are living, and the yet unborn. We were looking for quite a number of things. Hence, we decided that we need something that will be self-sustainable, something that is going to look after our communities, not for a short period of time, something that is not going to take much from us as human beings or as local communities. And we were mainly looking at what is it that can feed us going forward, while at the same time conserving our land. And it was very important because we were being approached by so many people, more especially in mining, but then we wanted to have our land restored. And at the time, we didn't know much about conservation or biodiversity. But little by little, we started to teach ourselves, why is the land so important to us? And why should we make living out of the land that has been restored to us? Then we decided on establishing a game reserve. Only for 3 reasons. One, we wanted to have our ecosystem restored, more especially after the previous farming activities and human settlement. But we also wanted to provide a safe and protected habitat for indigenous wildlife species. As some of you may know, that in Babanango, the proteus that the minister here was talking about is found in Babanango as well. And also the fact that in Babanango, there is a special species of alu that is not found anywhere in the country, but only in Babanango. I can mention 2, alu gesneri and alu van Roynai, that are only found in Babanango. So we wanted to have those protected so that our future generations can enjoy seeing them. But also we wanted to protect our land in Babanango as a biodiversity hotspot, more especially because of the fact that Babanango is an anchor to the White Umfolozi biodiversity node, as identified as one of the 11 biodiversity nodes in the country. It was not easy. And as you can hear, I'm now talking about environment and not about human beings. But having said all that, we are also looking for something that will create job opportunities for the people so that we do not just conserve, but we also look after the lives of the people of Babanango. We're looking for something that will create spin-off businesses for the people of Babanango, but we're also looking for something that will help train and help upgrade or develop the community of Babanango. And that is where we came about the issue of the Babanango Game Reserve. And that is where, Mr. Chair, the issue of inclusion comes in and the issue of balancing comes in. What used to happen is that at the beginning, it was only more about nature and less about human beings. And what we've done now is we said, we're putting on the table the reasons why we need to conserve our land, but also the reasons why the land should help feed the people of Babanango. And right now, Babanango is a fully running Big 5 game reserve with 4 lodges that are owned by the community, and we've employed over 200 people. And we pride ourselves to say we are the biggest employer in Ulundi municipality. There's been quite a lot of projects that have been given to the communities. For example, quite a number of boreholes for human and livestock consumption. We've upgraded quite a number of sports fields as main hubs for entertainment and exercise. We've given food reliefs to the needy people or needy families. We've supported the traditional cattle farmers. We've given social support in the form of school shoes donations. We've also trained quite a number of youth, mainly in security or game ranging, housekeeping, first aid, and many other things as well. What I'm trying to say here, Mr. Chair, is that we've taken everything into considerations so that people do not fight with the nature and the nature do not fight with the people. I can assure you that right now, the Babanango Game Reserve has grown in such a way, it is very new, but has become very popular. Even people that hated the game reserve, even people that hated the nature, through the trainings that we've given our local communities, the people are happy with the game reserve. Even if you go to Babanango now and you say you want to create another game reserve, people are going to say yes, because of the relationship that we've created. And we've done all this with the help of a foreign investor, a guy from Germany, a wonderful old man that has invested in Babanango over R500 million. And that is how we've managed to do what we have been doing. Yeah. But I must also thank the KZN Wildlife for being so supportive. I must thank the department, DFFE, and I would also like to thank, without the superiors knowing WWF for being supportive in fighting the issue so that people will have an understanding of what exactly we're trying to do. I remember at the beginning, even some of the government officials were so against the project because they didn't understand. But right now, everyone in support of the project. And the problems that we've encountered is that, I mean, as I've mentioned, everything needs money to start happening. And we didn't have money. We did not get any support from anyone other than the support we got from the investors. And the problem I think everyone else has, including yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, is the issue of capacity building, because we need to know what we are doing and we need to understand what exactly we are doing, as opposed to working for other people. We are now ourselves running the show. And the biggest problem is the issue of finance. I think each and every one of us has a problem with finance. And I know and I feel for everyone that wherever we go, we've been told that there are finances available. There are always finances available, but these finances are not available. Nothing comes to us as emerging farmers. Nothing comes to us as emerging business people in this field, specifically in this field. And it is very difficult. We do have a know-how, but we don't have the capacity to start doing what we think it's right for us to do and what we think our government want us to do for the people and for our biodiversity. And I think these are two areas where I think we need help, not only us, but I think each and every one of you need help in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Babu Telezi. Indeed, we can attest, as you're saying, we're hearing benefits truly accruing to people. You're doing lots of projects for communities, and this is exciting, where conservation is now showing what it's capable of doing. Whereas people were looking at conservation, as I said earlier on, as being non-responsive to the socio-economic issues. Let's go to the third speaker. I'm going to twist my program a little bit, if you don't mind. Just whilst the discussion is still hot here, let's invite Ugogo from the traditional healers to take us through a question which looks into how can natural heritage be conserved and sustainably used to fulfill spiritual as well as the religious needs.
Thank you very much, Chair, for introducing me and for giving me the opportunity. Ngicela ukuthokozisa, thokozani nonke phakathi. And by so doing, I'm saying all protocols observed. My name is Nomsa Sibego, a traditional healer, an author, and CEO of Nature Speaks. Nature Speaks is a non-profit company that is dealing with conservation from a traditional healer's perspective. This is one perspective that has been largely ignored by everybody in the conservation sector, and it's a sad one because we use nature for everything. So we should be the first people to be consulted in anything natural that's happening. But over and above that, Nature Speaks wants to take responsibility as a traditional healer and to make other traditional healers take responsibility of the crimes we commit against nature. Take responsibility for using nature sustainably. Take responsibility of being a part of the biodiversity economy, taking part in everything that has to do with biodiversity as it affects us at the core and at the base. We have had, since inception, we started working in 2022, and I am very happy to say that we are making meaningful gains within the conservation sector as traditional healers. I'm not representative of any association. I'm including every single traditional healer out there. And at last count, I think it was somewhere between 400 and a million traditional healers, and we're churning them out every single day. There's a whole lot of us. We are everywhere. We are in every township. We are in every local municipality. We are in every part of this country. So we are a sector that cannot be ignored as far as conservation is concerned. I would like to clap hands a little bit for governments coming to the party as far as we are concerned. With Nature Speaks, we've been able to do an MOU with Sunby, which has allowed us to do citizen science work. The MOU has allowed us to do citizen science work, and I think that traditional healers are well placed to be citizen scientists. We are well placed because we are everywhere. We go to rivers, we go to mountains, we go to the bush, we go everywhere. We are the best placed people to gather information for our scientists, to actually give them information, to collect data, to give it to all the relevant role players, the people that need the data, because we actually encounter it on a daily basis. All we need is training and education. And last week, we completed a successful 2-day citizen science awareness workshop for traditional healers, about 40 of them, in Pretoria, with the assistance from DWS, with Noloyiso Mbiza, and Sanbi with Dansile Cindy. And we've been able to successfully actually teach traditional healers how to be citizen scientists. And that has actually also made us aware of the need, because we then had other local municipality coming back to us and saying, Gogo, we need this in our spaces as well. We need for you to come and train us. We train them on how to recognize what lives in our rivers, to recognize the health of our rivers, to work with indigenous knowledge. We've got the knowledge as well on how we deal with those rivers, but together with the scientists, we're able to give better care to the people in the communities. We've been able to give better health to the people in the communities. So it's very important for the training to be done to traditional healers. And we are taking it further with the assistance, of course, and with financing available to other local municipalities. Ekurhuleni has called for this. Soshanguve has called for this. Soweto has called for this. Alexandra has called for this. I'm talking about nationally. They've called for the citizen science workshop, which is it shows the importance of teaching healers how to do the scientific work for the scientists, as well as how to incorporate that into indigenous knowledge, or even teach scientists on indigenous knowledge, on spirituality. The fact that a lot of people here who are conservationists do not take into aspect the spiritual aspect of all of these natural resources that we use is something concerning for us. And it's something that we encounter as healers when we go out there on the field. It's things like that that we teach each other on how to work together in to make sure that we service our communities better. We have, in line with your question, Chair, we have projects that we are looking at. As far as we're concerned, as traditional healers, there's the question of OECMs, other effective area-based conservation measures. We believe that every single sacred space that every traditional healer goes to speak and venerate to their ancestors, to connect with spiritually, is a potential OECM. Our esteemed chiefs spoke of Isinuga. Isinuga is a great potential OECM. It's a place that all traditional healers go to. We take our patients there. We go there personally. People can actually go there to get healed. That's a place that needs to be protected. It's a place that needs to be taken into account. It's a place that needs to be worked on to make sure that it also speaks to tourism. It speaks to outsiders coming in there to get the spiritual fulfillment which traditional healers can give, as well as people coming in there to gain the healing powers of Isinuga. But it needs work, it needs help, it needs assistance to get to the point where we can actually open it up for everybody. That's what we're actually fighting for as Nature Speaks. And we're saying that OECMs, the question of OECMs, all of our spiritual places are potential OECMs. We just need the proper guidance on how to go about it. we also want to open it up. We are very scared. We don't want to lie. We are very scared of opening up some of our spaces to conservationists because in most cases, when they open them up, then they shut us out. Which is why the concept of OECMs, when I read about it and participated in a number of workshops about it, actually explains to me why it's important for us to work together to get our spiritual places to that point. We also have a project on medicinal gardens that we have started. Thank you to EWT, who have given us graciously a small piece of land on their property to start a medicinal garden, which we are 3/4 to filling up with medicines in there. Our medicinal garden concept, we would like to drive throughout all local municipalities in the country. And the whole point of that is that we will then grow medicines that are on the red list at the moment. We will take some of the medicines that we grow in the nurseries, in the medicinal garden, back into the wild, replant them, re-establish ecosystems that have been taken away with overharvesting, which we've done, and we acknowledge that we've done. But with education of that, of the fact that that's what we've done, things are changing. Healers are listening. They're listening to the fact that we want to change things, we want to do things differently. And we are saying that with medicinal gardens in every local municipality, it basically means that we will no longer be going out into the fields to go and dig up plants. And if we do dig them up, we will then take them back into the wild, replant them, restore nature, instead of just always be taking from it. We want to remind healers through education and training of their role as custodians of indigenous knowledge. We have been given knowledge through time by our ancestors. And in being given that knowledge, we owe it to future generations to learn how to preserve those spaces, to learn how to preserve nature. We want to speak to the culling of animals that is happening out there. Speak to us as traditional healers. Instead of killing these animals and cremating them, speak to us. We can use those animal parts. We can use whatever you come out from those animals after you kill them. That will stop people from going out into the wild to hunt for whatever that they need. It will stop the illegal killing and all sorts of other things. If only you spoke to us. We are here to say we are listening. Talk to us. We can work together in order to use whatever you've got there for healing our people. So, in light of all of that, without going deeper into it, because I think I won't stop. I get very passionate when I speak about conservation and traditional healers. I want to say, as a traditional healer, and I'm speaking for all traditional healers out there, that we are here to be a part of this conservation future. We are here to say, speak to us. Let's work together because nature concerns every single one of us. And it's up to us as healers of our communities to give the best to our communities now and in the future. So it's very, very important for us to preserve nature and to work together with nature for the benefit of the men on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coco. Traditional healers must not be seen as enemies to nature. All that is required is collaboration between themselves and those who are in the business of conservation so that there could be synergy in terms of the operations. It is believed that, as you indicated, Coco, that if we do that, we can learn a lot from you. You can also learn a lot from conservationists as well. And that's how things should be. EWT, Dr. Yolande, has been since 1973, very long time, been involved in conserving threatened species and ecosystems in both Southern as well as the Eastern Africa. Maybe you've expanded, we don't know. But what is important is that you've been doing this for the benefit of all, not for the few. And in the process of doing that, you've adopted a strategy where you're looking at saving species, conserving habitats, benefiting people. So Gogo has just spoken, and I'm happy that she has mentioned you as one key role player in the space. Can you talk to us about what contribution can be provided by each stakeholder, as Gogo was addressing impediments or challenges to expand the conservation estate? Obviously, we're not restricting you to that, but as a guide. When you see me standing, it means it's more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is this on? Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As we're heading towards the end of the day, I'm sure everybody's tired, but we've got such an inspirational panel here, and certainly I'm delighted to be on such a panel of esteemed colleagues. So thanks, everybody. I'm just going to start with a couple of thinking points, perhaps, rather than talking points. So I'm just going to throw some thoughts out there and then I'll see if I can try and address the question. So the first point that I wanted to make, which actually it has been touched on already by Monet, we didn't share crib notes, but I think it's quite an important point. And that is that we already have a biodiversity economy. So I think that anyone who talks about this as being something that's separate, perhaps is misunderstanding the role of biodiversity in our economy. And Monet made the point, so I won't reiterate it, but I wanted to just emphasize it, that everything in our economy, everything that we do in terms of everything that we eat, sleep, sport, recreation, culture, heritage, medicine, etc., everything that makes our economy spin is already founded on the basis of biodiversity. I just think that the challenge is that we're not recognizing it and we're not investing in it. And so we're seeing it as something that's separate. The other point that I wanted to make, which I think is really important, and I think it's quite concerning that at certain points throughout the course of today, people have been referring to the environment and biodiversity as separate from humans. And I think we need to understand that humanity is very much part of biodiversity. So the definition of biodiversity is very much inclusive of people. So it's not a people versus the environment debate. Humans are very central to biodiversity. So we're already included. We're not just there to conserve something that's separate from us. And then the third point that I wanted to make, and something that I don't think has been raised enough today, and that is Section 24 of our Constitution. Those of you perhaps that are not as familiar with this is the section of our Constitution that refers to our environmental rights, something that distinguishes South Africa quite strongly in terms of having an environmental right. But it's not just a right in terms of everybody who's sitting here today, it is an intergenerational right. So remember that we are the custodians of biodiversity, of which we find ourselves central and part of, but very much for the generations that are still to come. And that behoves quite a big responsibility on us all in this room today. I think there was a famous quote from Jared Diamond, who's written a number of books, including one very powerful book called Collapse. A very important quote that's certainly driven me in my career. And that is that we are perhaps one of the most privileged generations ever to have walked on earth, because we are living in a time of the greatest technology, the greatest economic benefits, the greatest medicinal benefits, the greatest communication benefits, etc. But the generations that are coming after us may not have necessarily all of the benefits. They're going to have all the technology and the other things that I've mentioned. But if we leave them with a climate and a biodiversity crisis, that they are not going to be as privileged as us. So I think just let's perhaps start with those thoughts in mind. So when it comes to securing the rights of future generations, I think that what we have to start looking at is that the benefits that we're talking about are, as Monet and various other speakers have also mentioned, systemic by nature. They're not fragmentations and they're not components. And unfortunately, that is the way that our current generations and the generations before us have constructed our economy. And we have to change the way we think. We've got to start being creative. Our systems of governance, our systems are developing an economy, and an annual budget, for example, need to be much more longer term in their thinking. We need to be defining the benefits and impact that we have as humanity in terms of longer term systemic thinking, and not just short term, which is unfortunately the way we have constructed our society today. But you'll hear from colleagues who've spoken about everything from cultural and medicinal value. These are centuries and millennia of knowledge systems and environmental and ecosystem services. They're not just based on an economy that's largely man-made in its construct. So when we talk about, in our briefing this morning, there was a lot of discussion around the various industries that drive the economy, that bring jobs and bring financial relief to many communities. And we need to make a compelling case for why the biodiversity economy, which, like we've mentioned several times, is actually just one economy, needs to trump that. And I think that there's a very important distinction to be made between extractive industries that by nature are not regenerative versus a biodiversity economy that allows humanity to have extractive industries and have consumptive use and have sustainable use, but all of which must be premised on the basis of a regenerative economy and regenerating biodiversity for those future generations that have been cared for in terms of our constitution. So what I would like to say today is just in response to that is that we need to become much more creative. We've got to stop trying to crowbar the environment and biodiversity into many of the man-made constructs that are by nature, and pun intended, designed to see short-term benefits and constructs that are entirely destructive towards biodiversity. We need to be finding an economy and a society that's based on the principles of regeneration. So we know that government doesn't have the funding to perhaps pay for all of the work that we've heard about this morning, SMMEs and funding businesses, etc. But we know that government can do a lot. Policy alignments, both at the provincial and the national level, that not only incentivize but also remove perverse incentives for communities, SMMEs, and many other small businesses in the sector that are able to create sustainable livelihoods and jobs in the sector. And again, if you look at large extractive industries, they have shareholders and largely ownership, which is very, very few people. One of the challenges we have in our biodiversity economy, it's not owned by one or two people, it's not owned by shareholders, and it's not listed on a stock exchange. It is very decentralized, it's owned by millions, it supports millions, and therefore we need to find systems in which we are able to determine the value of that by millions in a deconstructed way, rather than in a way that our economy currently looks at in terms of these high value industries and doesn't understand how to put value onto a biodiversity sector that has lots of SMMEs and lots of jobs being created. We've heard this morning from our ministers the need to invest in skills, talent pipelines to transform the sector. We need to be seeing the private sector investing heavily into skills, science, and information and knowledge generation in the sector. And we need to see the opportunity to unlock supply chains for these smaller service providers and smaller businesses in the sector. And while I know the finance section was this morning, I'm touching heavily on this because the whole idea of an integrated circular economy that is biodiversity based means that people must derive livelihoods themselves and through their own economic opportunities rather than waiting for jobs once again from large industries that perhaps don't have a long-term biodiversity goal underpinning them. So just moving on slightly, and then I will definitely wrap up. We need creative thinking. So, for example, there's some talk globally around a system called debt for nature swaps. South Africa needs to be at the forefront of looking at this in terms of an investment opportunity for communities that are working in the natural economy space, so that one can look at offsetting the debts that they incur, not through financing and loans, but through the ability to look at environmental offsets in the long term that benefit all of us through the production of clean air, water, food systems, and other things as a means of paying off their financial debt towards those businesses. We need to involve the private sector dramatically in the conversations. There hasn't been enough discussion yet about the private sector. They can't just be at the back listening to the pitches from the businesses while we're talking here. Private sector owns millions of hectares of land. They control millions of resources in terms of natural products, commodities, supply chains. And remember, they are perhaps the most invested. The markets of the future is the sustainability of their businesses. The private sector needs to be a partner up here on the stage with us. So in summary, as I'll finish off, we need to be very aware of the challenges that not just the NGO sectors and communities face, but also government itself. And we need to all work together. Biodiversity involves all of us. It's here for all of us. And it is about all of us working together to try and solve some of the challenges that are facing us for everything from policy to fiscal and business futures. At the heart of all of this is humans. And can we not ever forget the intergenerational right in our constitution? That means that we are just the custodians of the biodiversity that needs to outlive all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Monet. Thank you very much. Private sector has a serious role to play here. We agree. I think I saw a lot of nodding in that. And thank you for bringing up those points. Let's now go to Dr. Jean Harris. We've spoken a lot about landscapes. I know you can't dodge that because you will still have to talk about it. But we also want you to talk about the seascapes, their contribution to leveraging and scaling growth as well, or contributing into this whole agenda as we're speaking. So can you look at what are the actions that are needed to preserve and protect cultural and traditional practices and natural heritage for an integrated approach, scaling growth and expansion in landscape as well as the seascapes? I know that you involved with quite a number of projects as Wild Trusts, your Blue Action Fund, and you've really made a lot of impact in most rural areas, and we would like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for having me here on this panel, and I'm very pleased to be here today. So you rightly say, I'm going to step off the land into the ocean and remind us all that actually our globe is an earth that is 70% water, the oceans. And actually here in South Africa, as in many parts of the world, more people live right next to the ocean than anywhere else. So just wanted to step into thinking about how actually making sure that the oceans work for us and that we look after the oceans and we benefit from the oceans is such a critical core space for us. Now, particularly in that regard, when we talk about a biodiversity economy, in the lingo, when you're talking about seascapes or oceans, we're talking about a blue biodiversity economy. And really what we're wanting to look at is understanding how this economy and the growth within an economy that we depend on for the oceans and that we depend on for climate mitigation and other things is really underpinned by the health of the ecosystems and the health of those of the natural resources that we use from them. And this is really integral in terms of us looking at how do we ensure that there's sufficient protection of them? Hence we have the multiple GBF goals, Global Biodiversity Framework, with 30 by 30 as an apex one. And so I think it's very important for us to understand in the context, and I'm coming to looking at more of the local scale, the context that we sit in terms of the need that's been expressed by many people on this panel now of ensuring that we restore and we have vibrant, healthy ecosystems and nature from the ocean or from land to be able to see that healthy interaction with people. So while we understand that these big scale, large scale responses are really important for us to sustain on a global basis all of these local needs. What I would wanted to just talk about here is how critical it is to simultaneously be working at that local level and recognizing the cultural, spiritual, traditional context that one lives in, as well as looking at how does one ensure that any of the interventions we're talking about here are actually going to be felt and realized at that local scale where people live right there and have used for many, many generations the nature that they so depend on. So how do we move to that? And really why it's very important is to make sure that we then don't continue if we have done in the past, flying over the heads of those people in terms of benefits, in terms of listening to the traditional knowledge that people have that is contained and owned at that local level. So stepping into looking at us as an NGO, I come from the Wild Trust, and working at this interface between nature and people, I wanted to just reflect on how NGOs like ourselves can assist with this process of really bringing almost social legitimacy, social license to conservation. I mean, we have a really poor legacy of it in this country before, in terms of how conservation areas actually exist very often without the social license, where they're not actually accepted or brought in through a cultural or traditional way, even though that heritage is there. So what I just wanted to reflect on is how NGOs can assist on it. And one of our examples that we've been working on, for example, at Isimangaliso World Heritage Site, as an NGO, we've worked to leverage funding through a partnership that is truly a partnership between the authority, as Imvelo KZN Wildlife is the conservation agency, and co-crafted with the traditional leadership in the area. We have Nkosi Ntembi here with us. It's his area that we're working in. And essentially, the importance there is the need to take a holistic approach. This work that we're doing, which is now in its 6th year together, is really trying to do two things. One, both securing and protecting and supporting government and community in the restoration and looking after the habitat. But on the other side, looking at how do we get real about the benefits flowing locally from the natural assets in that area. And our approach has been to take a holistic approach here, working actually where we go on the ground, simple things like let's establish commitment and trust on the ground. One of the key interventions that we have worked with Isimangaliso has been establishing community resource areas where the capacity issues that are the barriers to many of this of the economic and economy drivers landing at a local level, where one can start unlocking them through bringing in other developmental partners, a sort of a gateway into Isimangaliso and communities, as well as ensuring that other NGOs. So I think I'm talking about let's work on partnerships where we leverage with government and don't try to do these things on our own or government on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Harris. I think we're doing well in terms of time. So let's move to, whilst we're still on the seascapes. Marine protected area managers are usually not the most preferred chaps on the ground because they come with these restricted zones, don't touch, don't do this, and so on. Are there possible alternatives? Yes, we understand that because we want to make sure that we don't have species loss and we don't want overfishing. We understand the issues of trawling that are happening in our seascapes. But is there an alternative that communities or other members of the society, stakeholders, can do fishing or have access to fishing without interfering with the restricted zones? Loisa, if you can talk to us about that as someone who is looking at the issues of that nature and Fish South Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator. Protocol observed. I think we need to say from a commercial fishing point of view, we don't define ourselves outside the biodiversity economy. It is in our interest in any event to ensure that the health of the ocean is looked after because that's where our gold is. And I don't mean that in the manner that perhaps the extractive industry would look at it. Because for us to be able to fish again in 100 years, we need to fish sustainably. So all the players, including the players that are in the space of the marine protected areas, need to consult us, and they need to speak to us as a sector, because you need the buy-in of the fishermen and fisherwomen whose livelihood depend on access to these spaces where they fish. And there's nothing wrong in having these discussions because then you get a better perspective in terms of what they have to deal with. To give you an example, for example, just one sector within the fishing space, the small pelagic, for example, and for those maybe that need a bit of enlightenment, that would be, the fish you buy that's canned, you will find in almost every shop in the suburb, in the township, and in the rural areas that provide food for many families, in particular working class families. Now, that sector is an 86% a sector where right holders are Black and SMMEs. Now, these people rely on this fish every year. Now, if you're going to come with an approach that simply says, look, we need a 30 by 30, and to achieve this, and you don't consult these people, then it becomes a problem. Then you won't get a buy-in, but you're also missing out the other nuances, and those nuances being the fact that actually commercial fishing in South Africa has never been against sustainability. It's never been against, all the noble things that are laid out in the white paper. That is not in our interest. In fact, we've been supportive. In fact, we are crying out for an inclusion. We are crying out for a participation. We are crying out for better science so that we can understand how we navigate restricting fishing grounds in a fishing economy that's already struggling with everything else, including the climate change, diesel prices, and so on. But also we're looking at the poverty and the food security situation. We're also looking at the very same fishermen and fisherwomen who are in coastal towns where there's no other economic activities other than the sea. So there's a lot more that needs to be done to bring this the commercial sector, to bring the small scale sector on the table, to say, let's have a conversation so we can find ways in which we can try and mitigate against the harm while we're trying to do good. In fact, to credit to the department, the DFFE, because they are a department that's an enabler from an economic point of view as far as fisheries is concerned, but also a regulator. Now, in that, we as a commercial fishing industry have partnered quite well with them, because we don't look at their regulation of us as them being against us. What we then call upon is other stakeholders who are advocating for further regulation with perhaps good reasons why they do, to come on the table so that they understand where we come from and why these SMMEs need to be protected and why these SMMEs need to have a buy-in. Because if you don't get the buy-in from them, then you're not going to achieve all the noble goals that are set out in the policy, set out also in the white paper. So I think broadly, we do not want to see the commercial sector as an enemy. What the commercial sector is crying for in this discussion is that it is in our interest to fish sustainably. It is in our interest to support the biodiversity economy, because we are part of it. We want future generations to continue to enjoy the fish which your children now, if they go to the township and rural schools, at least twice a week get fish from our seas. If you go now to the coastal towns, fish and chip shops, those are our members who provide that. So there's an important role in which our sector plays. See us as part of the solution instead of seeing us as part of the problem. Include us, and there are 3 words perhaps that I can suggest that we need to look at maybe as part of our resolution for this conference, and that is partnership, that is participation, and that is a consensus approach. We are already doing that with the department. We are also trying to do that with some of the stakeholders, including the WWF, where there are some critical problems which we come together with them and say, how do we ensure that we prevent poaching? How do we ensure that we prevent other things, including pollution, including other things that we look at in future? So innovative solutions that come, brilliant ideas that come that look into these issues must include the industry that has been here for more than 100 years. Commercial fishing in South Africa has been taking place for more than 100 years. And indeed, if we were so reckless, if we were really a problem, you wouldn't be finding an industry that remains a very important industry, providing food in our communities and a globally competitive industry. We are an industry that is commercial, but our approach that has been over the last 100 years is also to ensure that in 100 years' time, you still enjoy the fish that you enjoyed during lunch today. So please, our call is participation. Our call is a consensus approach, and our call is also a call for partnership, more partnership with all the relevant stakeholders, and not to be seen as an enemy or as an extractive industry that does not care about the environment. That is not the case.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Panswa. Thank you very much. We need partnership, consensus, and should be included in all the plans, the consensus, not to be seen as enemies, but partners. Thank you very much. Jose Siahlolo is still not with us here, but Nabezit, I want to believe, Kosutembe, that you have one very big challenge, because in my introductory remarks, I talked about the issue of animosity, the hatred that people, some still have, some used to have, when it comes to issues of conservation. Now, as leaders, you are probably seen as sellouts when you are canvassing the issues of biodiversity conservation. What is it that you as what is the role that traditional leaders can play in ensuring that despite all those challenges, we still see this new culture being inculcated of communities seeing conservation as a solution to some of their problems, but also assisting conservation in terms of increasing the conservation estate? Because, as I indicated, most of the biodiversity is not necessarily
in what we call protected areas. It is out there in the communal areas. And these are areas that we need so much for conservation, yet there are these controversies. That was it.
Okay, no, thank you, Program Director, for affording an opportunity to speak around the question that you have just raised. I think first and foremost, you need to have a long-term vision for the conservation that is linked to a financial sustainability. You also need to do a lot of contribution to your vision that it will be in line with your 3030 vision as per legislation so that you can be able to have a guide going forward. In the main, you need to also strike a balance between conservation and community. You need to have a certain approaches to a different level of communities. You must remember that we have our traditional leaders that are playing such a crucial role. We have our traditional healers that also need to benefit in the system. We have a lot of stakeholders that you have to take into account. So your approach it should be more on engaging with the community to make them to understand the benefit out of the system. You need to have a very good someone that will educate the community on the biodiversity. You need to have a lot of trainings, awarenesses that you should continue doing them so that people are they have the better understanding when it comes to conservation. You must remember that there is also an issue that it become very painful when you come to conservation. There's a land claim that is not being finalized. There were a lot of lives that they've been lost through that system. So you have to be very extra careful when you talk conservation because people they become very emotional. You need to have good processes in that regard. In terms of what we have achieved thus far through the engagement, we have achieved the job opportunities that you can actually testify if you physically walk to the community, meaning that we have done a lot of work in terms of these awarenesses that I've mentioned. You also need to ask the community to donate a lot of land so that we can have a sizable benefit on conservation. On that donation of land, you must also have a sense of ownership so that the community can feel the ownership of what is there as their assets going forward. I think a lot, program director, have been actually mentioned by my colleagues. I won't repeat of what has already been said. Thank you.
That was it.
No, thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists for a job well done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your inputs. I think we will allow time because we've done very well in terms of saving time. So we will give you time to engage with the panelists, ask questions, and make sure that you also contribute, but you may also have some inputs in some of the issues or areas that they have covered. You will recall that when the minister made her remarks here, opening remarks, she mentioned quite a number of things, but in the main, they are around this issue of the paradigm shift. And I think before we allow you to get to the issue of questions or inputs, I just want to take you through a mind journey, an imaginative mind journey, which is around the subject that we are talking about here. Imagine a protected area or even a game reserve, private, government, that is a lodge which is doing so well, which has so many visitors, and it decides, or that lodge or the owners of that lodge or facility decide that they are going to distance themselves or take away another business opportunity which they otherwise use as their own business initiative. A common business that we all know in lodges, a laundromat. So they decide that they're going to take away that business and give it to a community which is next to the area where they are conserving. And that laundromat is operated and run by an entrepreneur from a community from the community, who in turn employs other fellow members of the community. But the lodge ensures that each and every time there is laundry or there's laundromat, there's laundry, they give that laundry to that laundromat outside. Now, there are employment opportunities that are created because of this laundromat. There are business opportunities for servicing the laundry machines, electricity, the plumbing, and so on, again from the same communities. Don't we think that there is a linkage between conservation communities in that fashion? And it's possible, and it's not too far away from us. And it's something that is doable, can be doable, not 5, 10 years. It's something that is can be done and can be looked into and can have direct and quick and immediate benefits to the communities, but at the same time, it could also contribute in changing the community's mindset on conservation. Because these communities all of a sudden now understand that this conservation brings bread on the table, because for every tourist that visits this area, there is linen that they are going to wash the following day. The same community, I think, and I want us to go into that mind journey, is the same community who are going to make sure that there is no poaching in that game reserve, because if there is poaching, there will be no animals. And if there are no animals, there will be no visitors. Think about this. Is this not the way we should be looking at benefit sharing? I will leave it to you. Let me give this opportunity to the participants to ask questions to our panelists, and I will start on my right-hand side. There's a hand there. There's another hand, 2 hands. Thank you, in this row. So you are 1 and 2 in this row. There's 1 hand. So you are number 3 in that row. There are 3 hands. You are number 4. You are number 5. You are number 6. Okay. There's another one. This is number 7. Okay. Let's start with number 1. Can we have the roving mic? Number 1 right at the back on my right-hand side. Can we be assisted with a mic, please? Yeah. Maybe just come here, come closer here.
Thokoze, mphathi wehlelo. Greetings to everyone. To Ndabezitha nogogo phambili siyathokoza besithi Ndabezitha. I am Ikosi Nsizwa Mahlangu. I'm a traditional leader from Wheatbank in Mpumalanga. I'm also the provincial organizer of Contralesa in Mpumalanga province. Today, I would like to thank the organizers, including the minister and the official, for this opportunity that enables us to engage on these matters that are very important. A lot has been spoken, so I'm here to speak for the issues of traditional healers. Gogo, we need assistance. I have 500 plus traditional healers that have registered with Mkhecha Royal House, where I'm in charge as a chief in Witbank Mpumalanga. That is a Malahleni, a mining area. The traditional healers there have serious problems with getting their herbs because all the places are full of mines now and they don't have land. So I heard you mentioning an issue of establishing medicine gardens. So we would like you to guide us so that I can guide them as to how do you go about getting that. Also to anyone in the panel who can assist on how to best train traditional healers in terms of them knowing which animals are protected species. Because at Emalahleni we have a case of a traditional healer that was arrested because he was found with a number of tortoise and was fined 10,000 rand. And now the traditional healers that side are confused because they don't even know the laws surrounding which animals they must use, which one they must not use, because over the years they've been using these animals. So we need urgent guidance with that. I've organized training for them for next month, just so that they can meet Department of Health and other officials. But being here also assist in probably getting help as to anyone from the panel who sees that they can assist the traditional healers. Ukoko is right, they are everywhere and they are at work. And in our community, 75% of our people, they approach them first before they go anywhere for anything, even jobs, anything. And if they don't have medicine to heal, they start telling people that this person is bewitching you, this one is bewitching you, because they can't heal. So give them medicine so that they can do what they are meant to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's have the second question, number 2. If you can go there as well. And can we have number 3? Who's number 3? Can you please just follow him?
Yes. Ngiyabingelela. Unjabulo Shelembe from KZN. My submission to, especially to Abezemvelo. I think the challenge we have as communities, where I come from, the challenge is that when laws are made as communities who are not part of the laws, when we get told that this is the law, that the law has been passed, but we have never been part of it. So we like where I'm come from, there is this thing called MPA. There is a nature reserve called Amatikulu Nature Reserve, and we've been told that in that area, the MPAs applies, and Bezemvelo are the enforcers to make sure that we do not access fishing in that area the way we want to fish. But we have never been part of the engagement of the MPAs. So I want to say that I think as people from rural areas, we are looking down upon. We are not taken seriously. People, like especially government, think they can introduce things instead of making us part of the discussion so that there will be no hostility. I think that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Third speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Program Director. I'm DJ Nedzamba from Venda or Toyando.
Sorry, say the name again.
Nedzamba. Nedzamba from Tulamela municipality in Toyando. Mine is just to emphasize on what some speakers have said here about changing the change in paradigm. In that, usually the departments used to be the ones that emphasize conservation or seems to own the natural resources, whereas people are the ones who are there in those natural resources, and they were told not to do this and not to do this all the time without feeling the benefits of those things. So now I think if we start speaking the language that says, for the sake that we have a better future, let us all protect the nature. I think that is a good approach. And as we are here for an Indaba, I think we should emphasize that one even in terms of the laws that we are going to make in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. Number 4. Number 4, come and grab this one.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna delve into my question just to save the time. My name is Kaifas Kumalo from Pezarenis Mangaliso. I'm one of the officials there. I was actually very thrilled to see the integration of the issue of traditional healing being integrated with the biodiversity conservation. And the presence of Ugogo on the other side, Umakhosi Lapo, is a good actually start where we're trying actually to integrate the issue of their land use and what we're doing as conservationists. I think if we're gonna continue in this manner, we'll be able to streamline their use so that they'll be able to utilize our biodiversity in a manner that we all expect to be correct. Moving on, this is the question that I'm asking on behalf of community in the main, particularly to panelists, Babukosin, who are marine inclined. What are the things that we could actually do in the marine space that can be mimic the issues of Babanango, the issues of community conservation areas on land and other areas, where we're demonstrating that conservation can be owned by communities? What are the things that community can actually do in the sea, in the ownership, in their real ownership, like the marine community conservation area, if there's anything that can be done like that? I also appreciate that in recent time, when we did the operation package, so we may have actually grabbed most of the critical biodiversity spots in the ocean and incorporated to a formal protection. But probably we could say that, are there any areas, marine specialists, where we can actually set them aside for the sole benefit of community, where they can say, Babu Kosini, we have a marine community conservation areas where we're gonna dedicate it for community so that they can start actually benefiting more like they're doing it on land. Thank you very much. Oh, number 5.
Thank you. I greet you all and I welcome. And thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. Before I do, I would like to make a note of something that I found being very common with everybody that has spoken. And I noticed that the common factor was the lack of education, the lack of communities working together with the private sectors, whether within wildlife biodiversity, within ecosystems and protected areas. And I found that with this connection, when we all here looking for investment, it's going to be a bit of a challenge because not everybody or all entities have the ability to invest in more than one um, project, so to speak. So I found that Dr. Yolande Friedman, this question is directed towards you, that you brought on a very important point that we have so many people within the community that are eager to learn, that are eager to know the different kinds of plants and fauna that is growing, that are interested in knowing how they can become hunters and not do it illegally. And I find that it's better to work with the related or their neighbors, so to speak, who are already within the industry. So my question is, where do we start? Where do we really start this? Because I think it's more practical than what most people have actually shared here today. I think that is a strategy that could possibly even help the investors to say, let's do that, because then it covers more ground than actually one or two type of ideas. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, everyone. Dansile from Sanbi. I've got a comment and a question. Why do we separate ourselves from nature? The number of speakers, they did allude to the fact that we need to remind ourselves that we are part of nature. And also, one of the colleagues also spoke about how can we start thinking about nature as a whole system. That question also, I want to comment about, we speak about communities. Who are these communities? Are we not a community ourselves? Don't you go back to our communities? Why there's a us and them? Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Greetings to everyone here. My name is Ofense Nani, all the way from Mafikeng in the Northwest Province. I am the treasurer of Global Enviro Foundation. We deal with environmental conservation, mainly through recycling, cleaning, greening, and awareness campaigns. But what we've realized is for us, since we're social entrepreneurs, we struggle to find opportunities mainly on the platforms like CSD, where you would find e-tendering opportunities for your business to be able to afford stipends. In our case, it would be stipends since we're a nonprofit organization. So I heard somebody on the panel speaking about partnership between the private sector and government. And I guess for us, partnership in this would be, could you perhaps as government afford us an opportunity as nonprofit organizations to be able to tender on CSD? Because sometimes we struggle. Like last time we were funded by NLC, but the following year, we had a problem because our people don't have the passion. But as an organization, we have the passion to conserve. But our people, our volunteers don't have that passion. They just want money. So if we have the money, then we can get the people involved. But without the money, it's very hard for us to get the people involved. So I think government needs to just meet us halfway, please. Let us not just depend on funding institutions, because there's a high volume of us applying for these fundings. Like I heard another gentleman earlier on talking about the funding. It's not easy to acquire, no matter how how qualified you are or how compliant you are. You're competing with a high volume of people who are also trying to achieve what you're trying. So yeah, as I submit.
I think this brings us to an end of this session, but let's give Dr. Jean Harris to respond to the question on what could mimic Babanango from the marine side.
Sorry?
There was a question on what could mimic Babanango Game Reserve in terms of community benefiting business opportunities, employment opportunities from the ocean side.
From the ocean side for
Yes.
Babanango?
No.
Yeah.
From a marine protected
Oh,
area.
from a
in the-
marine section for,
That's
sorry,
correct.
sorry. I
Yes.
was wondering whether the question was should
No.
have been directed to you.
No.
No, I think it's a very good question. And on the marine side, we have a little bit of a challenge, but it's probably an opportunity in that the marine environment is a national asset. No one owns a piece of the ocean. So it brings a challenge around what models do you use. You can't use our stewardship model or community area model. But actually, there are some very important provisions already in legislation that might need some tweaking and policy connection. One, inside marine protected areas, the agency who manages that protected area actually has a facility to recognize traditional use of certain resources, like Ngema grass is already used, and look at possible zones within a protected area where there might be an exclusive use by that community where there is already resource use happening in that zone. For a good example is customary traditional fishers are actually finding a competition at the moment inside protected areas where, for example, sport fishing or recreational fishing is allowed. But possibly there's a case for there to be some areas where that is excluded and it's exclusively custodianship is then a partnership, a co-management between that management agency and the other, and the actual community have had a traditional use of that zone identified. But the second one that I think is very important in the context for DFFE outside the existing MPAs, but in the buffer zones. In your case, actually, Caiaphas, you have KwaSukulu right on the edge of it. That community has got the most amazing intertidal mussel harvesting ledges at the moment that are in very, very good condition because the women who are the custodians of it are making sure that it's harvested in a particular way. And 25 years later, it's the best stretch of mussels along that coast, even though it's not inside a protected area. But they now have a challenge because they don't have custodianship over it.
Yeah.
And now there are other sectors, whether they're recreational, others are coming in who want to. So I think it's very important to try to infer in the marine environment that stewardship or that custodianship. And there I think we can use these OECMs using probably the Integrated Conservation Management Act that allows you to have special zones. And then, but that would then need to be a relationship, possibly with Isimangaliso, because it's on your buffer. And one needs the support from agency because it's hard for communities to go out there on their own with these structures. So I think there are mechanisms. We have to get creative and we need to look at how do you confer stewardship and custodianship over the marine environment where it has never existed before.
Okay. Let's deal that in the commissions, more in the commissions. Gogo, question from Witbank.
Yes. I'd like to address the question from the Mkhetwa Royal House at Malahleni about how traditional healers can get herbs. I think what we are trying to do, I'm going to first start by addressing it by saying, Uguti, it's hard for all of us to get knowledge of herbs that are on the red list, the orange list, and the green list, etc., etc. But I know that Sunby has that information. And Nature Speaks did what is called a biodiversity crimes workshop. And we're hoping that with money and funding and assistance from anybody who can assist us, we'll be able to actually reach your area as well, where we can teach healers on the supposed crimes. And I'm saying supposed crimes because we've never been told that the things that we're doing are actually crimes, but some of them I've discovered that they are. So until we teach our healers what is right and what is wrong and how to go about finding out what is right and what is wrong, it's going to be a little bit of a shady area. But we are working on that as in Nature Speaks. Till we get the word out there to everybody. In the meantime, we can speak. I can point you in the right direction as far as who within Sanbi can assist you with that red list of the plants that are considered whatever list, red list, green list, etc., etc. The other thing that I wanted to actually speak to is the fact that the reason why we don't know what's happening in legislation as far as mutis, animals, etc., is because nobody ever involves us when these policies and legislation is being made. They make it in silos. And they used to make it in silos, let me put it like that. But I'm glad to report that ever since we started making a noise and started screaming and shouting about wanting to be involved, they are calling us. They are starting to recognize the fact that we actually have something to contribute. So from today onwards, should you be called to come and speak on behalf of healers at any point or speak to your truth as far as conservation is concerned, I would like to encourage each and every healer to attend such things, to be involved, and to basically make sure that you get the word out as much as you can so that you're heard and you're also part of the process of co-creating whatever policies and legislation that there is out there. And then to speak to Uputi at the end, who was speaking about the funding story, I can tell you from my story, there is no money. There is no money. I'm talking about from myself. The workshop I'm talking about last week that we did, I had no funding. I called everyone and asked for a funding, and there's only one benefactor from NHA who decided to assist us at the very last minute to basically have this thing done. So there is, if we're going to wait for funding, you'll never get anything done. That's one thing I can tell you. But if you stand up and you show up and you do what you can with the little that you can, then you'll get others out there to then come up and say, Coco, we want to assist you. We want to help you go take this thing to a little bit further. Me starting a medicinal garden at EWT, it's a tiny garden, guys. It's not that big. But one thing that they said to me was, you can showcase to others what you can actually do as far as that's concerned. I'm doing it. Passion is driving me to get this thing done because I think it's very, very important. But if we all wait as communities, as community members, as community leaders, if we all wait for funding, we'll never, ever get this thing right. I'm not saying don't stop fighting for funding, but if you wait for funding, you will not get anything right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'm not sure if members have one thing to say. Sorry. All right. Yes, Mona. Yolanda.
I'll be very brief. The last question I think was aimed at me. Thank you very much. The Endangered Wildlife Trust launched about 2 months ago a website, which is obviously aptly named the acronym, the LAWS website, but it stands for Land, Air, Water, and Species. It's the only website that we know of actually in the world, and certainly in South Africa, where it has every piece of national, provincial, and municipal legislation, regulations, and law case studies on biodiversity and environmental law. We're up to 5 of the indigenous languages in South Africa. We have podcasts for the visually impaired, and we also have sign language interpretations so that people in South Africa from every single walk of life in every corner of South Africa has access to the information you're talking about. What we don't have yet, and what would be a natural next step, would be some of the educational tools around identifying some of the species. So I think there was a question there about tortoises, and that might be the natural step and next step in the evolution of the website. But currently, and I will see if we can try and organize through the DG or the DDG a link to the department's website. It is a website where you can go and access, every single piece of legislation to understand what is and isn't legal, how to access permits, templates for permits, applications, as I said, at a national and a provincial level, and even down to a municipal level in some cases. So trying to enable South Africans to participate legally in processes around environmental and biodiversity management.
Okay. Thank you, Yolanda. I think this brings us to an end of this session. Let me take, is there, sorry, Coco?
It was posed about the us and the them story.
Right.
Yep.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I think it's about time that people realize that they're nature too. We are part of nature, and as such, we need to act in the best interest of nature. And you must remember, none of us can exist without this nature thing. Tina as healers food is even worse because we use it for everything. So there is no us and them. It's basically a collective. It's all of us together at the same time. And it's about time that we all started thinking like that. I'm hoping that I've answered your question.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank our panelists. Thank you very much. And thank you for your valuable inputs, your contributions. I hope that we'll consolidate and put this into the action plan. As we say that we want to make sure that these inputs and recommendations are taken seriously and we see them in that plan, which will culminate into something that is going to change the current situation. So thank you very much. I think let me release you. You are released. Let's call upon the stage Miss Flora to tell us about what is going to happen tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and to the panelists, and thanks to the delegates that have held it up until now. So, what is happening is that the session with the project developers and investors is still going on in Marco Polo Room at International. So, for those of you that are interested to listen in there, they can proceed there. We also would like to announce that the registration desk is now open for you to access the conference packs. And it will be open until late, but please make sure that you are accredited first before you go to the registration desk. The accreditation itself is open until 7 o'clock this evening. We request that you finalize the accreditation this evening because tomorrow we have very strict security requirements since the president will be here. There's going to be very limited movement, and therefore delegates are then requested to be seated here in plenary by 9 o'clock. After 9 o'clock, the security arrangements here are not going to be allowing movement out of the precinct. So by 9 o'clock, can we all be seated here in plenary? The other issue, and therefore we then request that you arrive early. That's what we are requesting. And the restriction in terms of movements are going to be between 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock. So until before the president arrived and just after he left. So we will be sitting here in plenary between 9 and 1 o'clock tomorrow. What is then happening this evening is that there is still tea outside and coffee. And yes, you can proceed to registration desk or otherwise to accreditation first and then to registration desk to finalize the registration processes. As you are registering, you are being allocated the commissions in which you are going to participate tomorrow. So tomorrow before 1 o'clock, we will be providing details in terms of the arrangements for the commissions that are taking place in the afternoon. So further information on the commissions will be made available. Last bit of announcement is that we request the facilitators and the speakers to meet at 8:15 in the auditorium in the OR Tambo Center. 8:15, facilitators and speakers that are in the commissions, we request that we meet in the auditorium. And then lastly is that for our heads of departments and the CEs that are here and the DFFE staff that know themselves, we are meeting immediately after this session in OR Tambo, one of the plenary rooms. We are meeting immediately after that. And the broader DFFE team, we request to meet after the meeting with the DG in the auditorium. So we request that you wait for us in the auditorium for us to finalize that. Let me then take the opportunity to thank all of you for being resilient up to this time of the day and wish you a good evening further. Thank you very much.
From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain, not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024. From our expansive landscapes where animals roam freely to the estuarine, freshwater, and magnificent seascapes, South Africa is on a path to reclaim its position as the global leader in the conservation and sustainable use of her biological and genetic resources. This journey sees us owning the complete biodiversity value chain and not just exporting our valuable resources. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba brings together business and science, government, communities, and conservationists in efforts to secure substantial investments for the biodiversity sector and its associated value chains. A key to the success of the Indaba is your voice on the draft National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which prioritizes transformation and growth within the sector. We owe it to our future generations to be ambitious in our collective actions, charting a new course for nature and people to thrive. The Biodiversity Economy and Investment Indaba 2024.